Good morning, everybody. I can understand many will not come today because Assam is in mourning because of the untimely demise of Zubeen Garg, who symbolized the culture, identity, and pride of Assam. He was not just a person, he was the emotion of many in Assam. Most institutions are closed, but we cannot stop this two-day seminar. So we will begin with tribute to Zubeen Garg. We will begin with a 2 minutes of silent prayer. Stand and stand. And then
জীবন তুমি রহনিয়া রঙরে বুট এপাহি হাহি এপাহি রূপ তারে হজাই তুলু প্রতিদিনে তুমি দিয়া আহিয়ে পাহিব ও জীবন তুমি রহনিয়া রঙরে আকাশে গাতে লবৰে মন সাগৰ তলি থুবৰে মন মনৰ চিলা উৰুৱাই জীৱনে ও আকাশে গাতে লবৰে মন সাগৰ তলি থুবৰে মন মনৰ চিলা উৰুৱাই জীৱনে সোণালী হৈ থাক তোমাৰে মোৰে সময় বুকুৱে বুকুৱে ৰৈ যায় যেন মধুময় প্ৰতিদিনে তুমি দিয়া আহিয়ে পাহিব ও জীবন তুমি মোহনীয়া ৰঙৰে
efforts focus on Northeast India. I am Tanya Khangembam, Research Associate at NESRC, and I'll be your host for today's proceedings.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we're starting here. Just getting you here.
We are delighted to continue this two-day event. We are now beginning the fourth technical session of the two-day seminar. The theme of the session is Children in Resistance Movements and Media Coverage of Children in Conflict Zones. There will be 3 presenters for this session. Please note that the presentation will be 15 minutes each and the Q&A will be for 30 minutes and at the end of all 3 presentations. To chair the session, may I now invite Dr. Soibam Haripriya. Dr. Soibam Haripriya is an assistant professor of sociology at the IIIT Delhi. She was a Fulbright Nehru postdoctoral fellow at the South Asia Institute, University of Texas at Austin. She was an FWO postdoctoral fellow at the Department of Conflict and Development Studies, Ghent University, Belgium, and a fellow at the Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, Simla. She taught at the Center for Sociology and Social Anthropology, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Guwahati campus, and Gender Studies program, Ambedkar University. Zubeen, New Delhi published her edited book Homework 2022. Her key areas of interest are gender, violence, Northeast India, and poetry and in ethnography. And the paper presenters for this session are Dr. Yael Warshel, Center for the Study of International Migration, University of California, Los Angeles, USA. She'll be presenting in online mode for 15 minutes. The second presenter is Dr. Phulmoni Das, Assistant Professor in the Department of Political Science, Government Model College, Deithor, Karbi, Anglong, Assam. The third presenter is Dr. Bibharani Swargiary, Assistant Professor Senior, Department of Social Work, Assam Bosco University, Tapesia campus. I now request the chairperson to kindly initiate the proceedings.
Thank you, Tanya. We are beginning with the fourth session of the conference and the first technical session of the day, titled Children in Resistance Movements and Media Coverage of Children in Conflict Zones. The first presenter is Dr. Warshel. Sorry for the technical glitch on our part. Dr. Warshel is a founding director of Invisible Light, Realizing Conflict Zone Children's Rights, and president of the Association of Middle East Children and Youth Studies. She is an award-winning scholar and president of the Association of Middle East Children and Youth Studies. She has 30 years of field research experience. She has pioneered the study of peace communication amongst children, youth, and media in conflict zones, and also an author of the 7-time award-winning book, Experiencing the Israeli-Palestinian Conflict. And I now request Dr. Warshel to begin with her presentation. You have 15 minutes. I will give you a heads up at when you have around 5 minutes so that you can sort of wind up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm very pleased to look forward to seeing the recordings of all your presentations. As was just stated during the introduction, my affiliation is dual, both at a university and having founded an NGO where I'm trying to apply my recommendations, and more recently looking to begin further work in India. So I was very excited to see the announcement of this conference. Just a technical note, I can't see anything while I'm sharing my screen. So if you give me a heads up, if you could do it through the phone. As far as the topic of my presentation, the title of which is Beyond Resilience, Child, Gender, Media, and State Dynamics in North India's Conflict Zone. The reason for it comes because of my concern with a number of statistics and other facts. The first is that children make up the demographic majority of most conflict zones, and thus bearing the brunt of its impact. More specifically, India hosts the world's largest population of children living within 50 kilometers of active conflict. And what I find when I speak with people, whether they're experts or not, when I ask people which children do you think live in closest proximity to conflict, no one ever says Indian children. And in fact, even when I've spoken with my Indian colleagues, this is around Delhi, so maybe the responses are different, they're surprised too. The other reason why I'm presenting about this IIT, this is very kind of important to me, is specifically, as you all know, the Northeast, which has been marked by enduring separatist struggles, militarization, and gendered violence, makes up a significant portion of these statistics. Now, what to me is shocking, and why I've written this paper and I'm participating, is that despite this staggering reality that children live, and specifically within India, it remains largely overlooked in policy practice and most surprisingly scholarship. It remains overlooked despite that since the origins of large sample conflict data tracking system, India has had the largest number of separatist conflicts of any country in the world. And yet the notion of Indian children living in closest proximity to violence continues to be overlooked. It also continues to be overlooked despite that scholars in South Asian studies, political science have used this data and readily discuss it. When we're thinking about the Northeast, authors who have used this literature look at states across the Northeast, and specifically I'm referring to data between 1990 to 2016, shows that Assam has accounted for 49% of all conflict-related deaths in the region during that period, followed by Manipur and Tripura. And since 2016, fatalities have continued to be highest in Assam and Manipur, with the spikes in the latter in recent years. And so following the data, my focus is there, and specifically given the oversight that exists. My approach as a scholar of children and media in conflict zones, I developed a framework over time that I call Children and Media in Conflict Zones, and I'm applying it to the Northeast. And specifically, what I argue for is the need, first of all, to combine large sample data on conflict, which is why I'm looking at India, why I'm looking at the Northeast. A lot of times there's a focus on children in other places because of assumptions about where conflicts are largest, not in fact where they are. And the other point I argue needs to be included to address this problem or opportunity, depending upon how one thinks about children in conflict zones, is also to combine anthropological methodologies that focus on conflict as a lived experience. And the idea of that is, rather than only looking at the visible manifestations of conflict, like a bomb going off, it's looking at more invisible structural impacts. Like when a girl invisibly disappears from public life because her schooling is interrupted or her play is interrupted. This sort of methodology really gets us to think about those invisible structural phenomena as actually far more impactful than bombs and other sort of militant displays that may gather more attention but don't as profoundly affect the socialization or long-term daily life of a child or their longevity. Now, in taking this framework, again, my Children and Media in Conflict Zones framework, I'm also drawing on other work of mine, which also focuses on addressing this problem or opportunity by moving beyond what's known as the resilience paradigm. I find that most efforts to tend to children in conflict zones sees their best optimal outcome is just helping them to cope or remain resilient in the face of conflict rather than trying to empower them. And that's where my focus lies. I specifically focus on media and communication because they're comparatively more accessible tools, say than military or economic intervention, and specifically where young people are concerned. Young people can access media tools in ways they cannot others. And this is why I look at communication media as potential tools, both through research, but also as an intervention to help empower young people in conflict zones. And because I'm looking at the data, specifically really focusing on right now Manipur and Assam. So taking that in mind, I think of communication media broadly as tools that can be used for play, protection, expression, and resistance. So focusing further, zooming into the Northeast Indian context, I won't go over this too much. In the paper I talked about discussions about the structural grievances that exist and the sources of the conflict, as well as the kinds of ways they impact children, since I know that, from what I understand from the abstract, that's been discussed readily yesterday. I'm kind of skipping over those parts of my presentation here where there's different examples of the ways in which children in the Northeast have been impacted by conflict. I also discuss in the paper how children in India and the Northeast participate in protests, participate in different ways, in conflict. But again, I'm skipping over that in the interest of time to focus more on how we might address these problems or opportunities. And also the paper talks specifically about violence against girls. And there's one point I want to make about this specifically. In addition to present day gender-based violence, whether it deals with trafficking or sexual assault or rape of young girls, one of the points I make in the paper is historical violence against girls post the partition period. And I note that that's never really been addressed within India. There's never been a Truth and Reconciliation Committee or equivalent restorative justice mechanism that's been implemented. And I want to keep that in the background when thinking about what violence, whether it's separatism, nationalism, militancy, or gender-based violence looks like in the Northeast, that it's situated within this context that has never been addressed on a national level. Now, moving, as I say, to thinking about ways to address this, I argue for a child-based research focus, focusing on children not just to become resilient, but as peace builders themselves. And thinking about media or communication as tools or artifacts that young people can use in an everyday way to mediate conflict. Now, I list specific ways, kind of numbers of points of different framework that could be thought of, specifically thinking about different NGOs in the Northeast that might be able to use some of this work. I hope to work hand in hand through the recent NGO I've established. And the points I focus on are research, programming, policy development, enforcement, and evaluation. And I just want to go through the three of those in what I believe is my last 4 or 5 minutes. So as far as research, I'm advocating for an ethnographic and participatory research approach in order to really listen to children and understand how they experience conflict in the Northeast on a day-to-day level. Also looking at their expressions through media if we're dealing more with youth, if it's cultural expression through rap or digital storytelling, listening to those stories to understand what their life is like. Creating child-centered media designed intervention to support their well-being. They could be things that support them psychosocially. They could be more practical things that focus on police sexual violence reporting games, finding ways to improve reporting and enforcement, and also working to build capacity among local NGOs in various research methods, supporting these kinds of research methods, which come from the works that I produce. As far as evidence-based programming and policy making, there are 9 recommendations I make. One is integrating peace education in early childhood, and I know there's another paper that talks about that as well. Bringing youth into efforts at a national level and state level to build peace strategies, focusing on gender-sensitive programming, trying to implement some kind of distributive justice or truth and reconciliation mechanisms, going back to this earlier historical point I made, that these underlying issues that have never been addressed remain there, and those will always mar any effort to try to aid or empower children and really seize opportunity of the number of children who live in the Northeast and what they could be doing rather than suffering from conflict, what they could be doing proactively with mechanisms, better improved mechanisms to empower them. Other points deal with training for police and armed forces regarding sexual violence, creating child-centered media platforms, legal and policy advocacy, youth-generated media interventions, and also focusing on telecommunication access. And I'm happy to discuss any of these during the question and answer. I'm obviously not getting into detail, but some of these interventions can be small media that involve playing with a football or puppets, or they can be much larger media interventions that deal with blogging or digital storytelling that require more robust telecommunication, which is I don't need to tell you, accent from the Northeast. And the last area I focus on then is evaluation, trying to improve local capacity to aid children, and then working on assessment evaluation to refine such efforts. And I'll conclude here. Given the large sample data that exists, focusing on India, Northeast India specifically, in combination with the rich ethnographic accounts that I largely skipped, it's clear that peace-building tools can play critical roles, not just for children's survival, but for their empowerment in the Northeast. Media and communication, in particular, for their ubiquity and relatively greater access, can serve as crucial peace-building tools to achieve positive outcomes. There's a need to shift the focus often on just keeping kids safe or coping with conflict to empowering them to become peace builders who can work for systemic change, not just for themselves, but also adults. And I conclude by saying, by placing children's voices in media practice at the center of rehabilitation and peace-building effort, we might be able to build more inclusive, intersectional, gender-sensitive, and sustainable, positive and holistic approaches to peace-building in some of India's most enduring and structurally embedded conflict zones across the Northeast. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Warshel. I will collect the questions for the session towards the end, and I'm keeping you on here so that you can also listen to the other speakers as well. So I now invite Dr. Phulmoni Das, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Government Model College, Karbi, Anglong. She'll be presenting a paper in national and international conferences. I will give you a heads up at 5 minutes and then at 2 minutes so that we can stick to time.
You have to share the screen. You have to share the PPT.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. So the title of my presentation is Children of Conflict, Memory, Trauma and Resilience in Karbi Anglong, Assam. I want to dedicate this research paper to all the Karbi youth and women whose courage and resilience made this work possible. So the first slide is all about how we can see the conflict and violence. We know that conflict is always multidimensional, contextual, and shaped by diverse reasons and situations. As Galto has observed that marginalization and systematic injustice gradually lead to conflict. But however, we know that all the conflict may not be lead to violence, but conflict can coexist with violence, but violence often arises from unresolved conflicts. So early intervention and peaceful resolution prevent harm and promote stability. So objective and methodology of the paper is like it tries to examine the effects of violence on children of Karbi Anglong from the period 2002 to 2010, and study adopted the remote areas or villages of Eastern Karbi Anglong, namely Kekadang, Thedong, Deithor, Tokmen village. So the epicenter of ethnic conflicts in Karbi Anglong were mostly western side, including the Singhasan Hills, Hamren subdivision or Mohendijua areas. However, these parts are never discussed, or their stories or the experiences are never being into the limelight. So the qualitative and narrative inquiry approach has been adopted, and purposive and snowball sampling of participants has been adopted, and semi-structured interview on displacement, schooling, their family life and trauma has also been discussed. So, and the paper was framed, there was ensured voluntary participation, consent and confidentiality were met. However, the saddest part is that given the disturbing nature of their memories, many participants choose to make their conversations, experiences in writing rather than direct verbal expression. So from this we can feel the sensitivity of the issue. Here, while I come to the Northeast as a region which is often considered as a tribal diversity because of its complex heterogeneous identity or complex socio-political history, the region has most often witnessed separatist movement on the one hand to the inter-community or inter-ethnic community conflicts on the other. So the identity formation process in the Northeast region is always multi-layered, whereas the pluralization of claims made by many ethnic communities, the tribal people or the different groups lead to a violent or sometimes most of the time led to the ethnic upsurges. So here in this sense, the pluralization of claims and creation of one who has come to dominate and exploit has already framed into the context. And then here centralized nationalist model or the post-building nation building model is also responsible for creating Northeast as a zone for conflict, and all these things resulted to the emergence of ethnic upsurges in the region. However, Northeast also the continuity with the earlier sites. There are a lot of factors or causes responsible for making Northeast such as into that landscape. Demands for autonomy, land dispute, migrant issues, ethnic recognition, struggles, and extractive development policies. And this has led to the repeated occurring of violence in different parts of the Northeast. So violence has led to displacement, death, disrupted social cohesion, and the most importantly, the APSPA and Armed Forces Special Power Act and declaration of the disturbed areas reinforced the conflict and created a vicious cycle of conflicts in the region. Why I have chosen this area for study? As I told in my earlier slide that the part is chosen as Eastern Karbi Anglong because the lack of academic research on children in conflict affected areas of that particular area. And Eastern Karbi Anglong is not an epicenter of Karbi Kuki or Karbi Dimasa classes, but indirect consequences of militarizations will always remain visible. Presence of militarization and enforcement of APSPA created a climate of fear and insecurity in that particular area. Children faces unreported challenges, psychological trauma, disrupted education, and restricted mobility. And then the irony is that it is both neglected by the state institutions and civil society organizations and NGOs. Experiences of children often silenced or overlooked in the mainstream narratives. But here the Northeast Social Research Center gives me the opportunity to document all the experiences which are going on in that particular region. And the thing is that the area and the period that I have taken from the 2002 to 2005, in that particular period, the children, those who were kid or the children in that period, now they have all grown up, they have all adults now, and they have shared their experiences from that period of time. Contextualizing conflict in Karbi Anglong, as Karbi Anglong has been recognized as always an insurgent-prone and multi-ethnic conflict zone in recent history. The Karbis are the principal tribal community in the district of Karbi Anglong, but the district is home to around 10 different and far-flung tribes of Northeast India living together with the Karbis. It thus qualifies as the epitome of larger ethno-hybrid profile of the entire Northeast India. These ethnic conflicts have only distressed the civil society and left the peace seekers in doldrums. Conflict and violence in Karbi Anglong. Here, the struggle for separate Karbi Anglong districts under 6th schedule has been going on since the colonial period, but during the post-independent period, they got the Karbi Anglong as their district after going through long struggle. And here, Karbi nationalism was emerged since colonial period, but gradually the demands of peaceful demand turned into militants during 1990s. And identity conflict, resource extraction, land relations are some of the prominent causes of frequent ethnic conflicts going on in Karbi Anglong, and then lead to the attacks on civilians, displacement, and destruction of lives. However, the state responses towards the ethnic separatism and other movements are not always uniform, as we know that. Karbi Anglong's conflicts discourse is always dual layered. It is one hand against the exclusive nation building process in post-colonial Assam, because somehow they feel alienated, they feel disturbed due to the post-colonial nation building process, such as adoption of language policies in 1960, medium movement, And because of that, they also protested. They also made their demands so strong that they demanded to they demanded to have a separate autonomous state within the Article 244A. And then among the ethnic communities, another layer is among the ethnic communities within the Karbi Anglong for land, resource and identity. Most often they have seen conflict between Karbi Kuki, Karbi Dimasa, Karbi Mar, Karbi Adivasi. So witnessing violence, childhood memories and trauma, this slide is all about the narrative that I gathered from the field. Children leave deep psychological impact on, conflict leaves deep psychological impact on children, and normalization of military presence created everyday violence, and children face loss of family members, which has led to trauma and displacement. And the most tragic part is that some youth join militants group after witnessing the atrocities. Children remain as witnesses, survivors, conscripts or silent sufferers. They got operations from both the state and non-state actors. Because as APSPA, due to the APSPA, continuous militarization was there, and non-state actors or the militants, most of the time due to the militants and their activities also made their life horrible. Militarization disrupted their education and social fabric. Children live as the living dead under the constant fear. So this is the diagrammatic representation of whatever I got from the narratives. Impact of conflict and violence on children. They got insecurity, trauma, fear, loss of education, loss of family members, no playtime or leisure. Their golden childhood period has gone. So indirectly physically affected, and most of them also joined the militants, which has created another vicious cycle of conflict and violence in the region. So these are one more slide from the field. Suffering becomes an ordinary experience, as Veena Das and Arthur Clement in their article have mentioned that it is an everyday violence. Absence of family members remain a permanent wound which cannot be healed now. The role of local Karbi tribal women is also very important because they negotiate peace, and instead of passive victims, they resisted against both state and non-state actors. Here I would like to speak about the story of thank you. Tragic story of Momita Singnar, who happens to be my student, who lost her face already got burned because of that incident happened in the 2005. So teachers left, school remained abandoned. So the 2005, they can all remember the massacre at Sarsin village left indelible mark on collective memories. State responses to, when we come to the state responses to ethnic conflict, Indian state always use a dubious role that uses military force to suppress ethno-nationalist demands instead of dialogue and instead of delivering processes. APSPA legitimized the violence and human rights violation, and cycle of violence always perpetuated by the state and militants. And now they have seen development, but it resumed post-conflict and children's trauma ignored. Act of resilience. How they have resilient now their way of protest. Here Milan Kundras says one of his book, that Laughter and Forgetting, that the struggle of man against the power is always the struggle of memory against forgetting. So children's memories are acting as a resistance against the erasers. Because resisting power is not just about protest, it's also about keeping alive the stories, histories and truth. Remembering becomes now a political act for safeguarding truth. Children's narrative challenge the official histories of peace, which always signifies that Karbi Anglong is now a peace and development district. So concluding observation, ethnic conflict in Karbi Anglong shaped by marginalization and militarization both. APSPA institutionalized fear and exceptional rule. Children lost their childhood to violence, displacement and trauma. State and militants failed to safeguard children, and lasting burden of trauma remains beyond visible peace. Therefore, it is a need for inclusive political dialogue, socio-economic justice and child-centered protections. Thank you so much.
Session, Dr. Bibharani Swargiary. Dr. Bibharani Swargiary she has completed her PhD. She is a native of Boroland and resides in Guwahati. She has completed a master's in social work from Mumbai and has worked with several development organizations across Northeast India. She is also an alumni of the US Department of State's International Visitors Leadership Program and currently serves as the head of department at the Department of Social Work at Assam Don Bosco University and faculty coordinator at the Secretariat Northeast Social and Behavior Change Alliance. Her key areas of interest are the lived experience of conflict widows in Boroland, and she works with conflict, peace and conflict, gender and development, and social work education. So the floor is now yours. I will remind you at 5 minutes and again at 2 minutes.
I thank NESRC and the organizing team for accommodating me, because at first my session was supposed to be in the afternoon, but due to the convocation that's there at our university today, so it's been preponed to the 4 technical session, and I thank the organizers very much for accommodating me. Yes, so the topic for my presentation is, as I work with children of conflict, reflections on growing up amidst uncertainty and a collective pursuit of peace in Bodoland territorial region. As already introduced, that I am born and brought up in Bodoland. I grew up in Bodoland, but now I'm working at Guwahati. I just want to ask a question to the participants here. Did any one of you grew up listening to what I have written here? I grew up listening not only to stories and lullabies, but also to the thudding of boots and crackle of gunfire. Tejaswini. Anyone else? Yes, 2, 3. Yes. So for many of us, I think you will understand what this means. Every night, I mean, by 5, the village is all silent, and only the ear that you hear is thudding of boots of both state and non-state actors, and the crackle of gunfire, and the firing signals that goes around from one village to another. There's a blank fire. That means you know that militants have entered your village, and everybody is supposed to remain silent, you know. So this is where I grew up with, and because of these experiences, it has shaped me to be the person that I am today, and that is why I took up social work as my master's program. These are the contents of my presentation. So introduction, as already being deliberated yesterday and today, you know, in any conflict situation, more than 460 million children today live in areas affected by armed conflict. You know, we see that children face multiple vulnerabilities, you know, because they see violence too close to them, they hear death, and life is on the run, because today you are at home and tomorrow suddenly you don't know where you will be, because many of the time for children who grow up in conflict, especially in Assam, you will see that villages being burned. So when villages are being burned, then there's no space for you to live. Your community forest becomes your safe haven. Children, families, they sleep in open skies. But at the same time, we also see that so much of civil human rights violations are multiple. And if you look at, because I'm relating it all to the childhood experiences and how it shapes an individual as they grow up with. So childhood, we know that it is a socially, it's not only biological, but it's also socially and politically constructed experience, which is shaped by history, culture, traditions, different structures that are there within the society. Whereas when it comes to children in conflict, then we see that children are subjects, again with agency, their lived experiences. They are also objects of protection, intervention, and exploitation. They also becomes the instruments of violence, because in conflict-affected areas, children also has to partake as part of the violent processes. They also become the symbolic roles. Okay. So you look at children, I mean, they face multiple realities, and giving that it never gives children the space to be simply called children, you know, so they are caught up in between that. So lived realities of childhood in conflict, as I've already shared, there's displacement. My previous presenters also shared that mobility is restricted, schools turn into relief camps, hospital, PHCs and schools also become space not only as relief camps, but also as accommodations for the state forces. Yeah, so education is disrupted, there is loss of safety and security and belonging, because that simple question, will I survive tomorrow, becomes a question. We are exposed to violence, exploitation and neglect, and childhood becomes inseparable from fear and uncertainty. admits that there is fragile resilience and also adaptation given the different circumstances that children undergo. There is moments of hope amidst the devastation which children also face. So it leaves a lasting impact not only on children, families, as well as the communities, So as conflicts leave long-term psychological and emotional scars, there's invisible memories and intergenerational wounds that persist across families and communities, because stories of survival, stories of violence gets narrated as oral histories, and it passed down from one generation to another, so that the memory is alive. But when we are sharing these stories, we share stories of the violence and the crime that has been committed, but we never also share the stories of coexistence between communities before the conflicts happen. So these scares extend beyond the individuals, shaping collective identities and memories, and children's worldview are shaped by all of these experiences. So keeping that in mind, the research questions, what is it like for children to grow up with curfews, gunfights, burns, and violence? And how do these experiences shape their understanding of safety and peace? In what ways does prolonged conflict shape children's everyday lives and inform the formation of their worldviews? How can the state and civil society listen to and respond to children's experiences of conflict so that peace is built in ways that reflect their needs and hopes? So putting these research questions, I've put Bodoland Territorial Region as the site for my study. So if you look at the history of Bodoland, it's political roots of the Bodo movement, historical marginalization, had its aspirations in socio-economic and political aspirations. If you look at the Bodo movement, it's divided into different phases. In the 60s, which were mostly in terms of memorandum, but the violent movement started up, or mass movement started up by the student organization called All Bodo Students Union. A famous slogan that rang around during the 80s and 90s, where divide Assam 50-50, no Bodoland, no rest, do or die for Bodoland. That was the mass movement that was started up by the APSU, but later on we also see that Bodo security forces, later rechristened as National Democratic Front of Bodoland, comprising of hardcore Bodo youth, they wedded to guerrilla warfare, violent tactics to achieve Bodoland through means of deadly armed revolution. And besides this, we also see ethnic conflicts in Bodoland, Bodo Adivasis, Bodo Bengali Muslim-speaking communities. So series of ethnic conflicts apart from the conflict with the state forces. With all of this conflict during the 80s was very, very deadly, and the first Bodo Accord was signed in 1993, that's the Bodoland Autonomous Council. However, this council failed to meet the aspirations of the Bodo community because there was no territorial demarcations, and in 1996 it gave rise to the formation of a new Bodoland Liberation Tiger Force, another militant organization. So then again, series of violence again from 96 it started. So the second accord was signed in 2003, that's Bodoland Territorial Council. However, even in spite of signing the second Bodo Accord, we would still see violence within Bodoland. And then the third Bodo Accord, which was signed between different organizations. At this round, even the National Democratic Front of Bodoland, APSU, civil society organizations, they all came together to sign the third Bodo Accord, which we also call it as Bodo Peace Accord in 2020. This accord gave a way forward to reimagine peace. So if you look at what, of course, the other parts I have already spoken about it, so I will just go to the next one. So the research methodology that I followed is qualitative and phenomenological approach. My sampling is non-probability sampling. 10 participants born in 80s and early 90s, conflict affected, and 5 key informants. Primary data, interviews, engage observation, oral histories, focus group and field notes, and ethical consideration due to the sensitivity of the topic. Ethical consideration was taken. So findings, these are some of the narratives that I put, remembering conflict, reimagining peace, childhood narratives as testimonies. If you look at it, I grew up running from one village to village, seeing houses being burnt and sleeping in open skies. These are extracts taken from the interviews that I have got. One officer even went on so far as to kick and step on my brother's private parts, an act of cruelty that left us humiliated and terrified. That night remains etched in my memory, not only for the physical pain we endured, but for the deep sense of indignity and powerlessness it imprinted upon us. So these are some of the narratives, which I will not go through it. Both the narratives of what they have endured, and at the same time, the longing for peace, if you look at the narratives below. So all of these experiences, as I said, that it also shaped the person that they are. For the children who grew up during the 80s and 90s, experiences shaped ethnocentric worldview, loss of parents, displacement, exposure to violence, the arbitrary detention and humiliation, all of it led to identity markers as Boro and O-Boro, and which literally became a very, very divisive weapon, Hopes, they were hopes, but at the same time they were mixed with hatred, revenge and mistrust. These traumas are being passed down as stories, inherited anger, because I literally have the participants whom I interviewed, some of them said, the moment I hear the other community, the moment I see men in uniform, the moment I see them, I just feel like smashing them with hammer. So, you can understand that sentence is not something that has come out suddenly. It has been because it has shaped his worldview, that so much of hatred has been built in that person that there is no way moving out of that, that healing will take such a long time. Because there's lack of psychosocial healing and rehabilitation. When there's conflict, we give relief, but we name rehabilitation, but not really look at the psychosocial healing. So cycle of hate and mistrust, keeps on continuing, and it passes down again from generation to generation. As I already shared, intergenerational scars also affect future relationships and social participation. Because the impact of conflict has been so much, there is no healing from it, that there's post-traumatic stress, there is deep mistrust of even institutions, you will see. When I mention these institutions, social institutions that exist in our communities, both government and then the institutions that we have in our society, even as simple as institution as marriage, institution as family, So it's an everyday struggle, suspicion, trust issue, low confidence, poor self-esteem, hopelessness, and there's this social withdrawal again. But in spite of facing all of this, there is still resilience and hope amidst this conflict. For children who grew up in supportive families, they also were the parents who were able to send their children for education outside. You also see in them that they have learned to care, learned to resist, and acts of kindness and solidarity is something that they have strongly within them, and then that hope for a better future. It's very, very fragile, but very, very powerful. And the present government that we have is, the narrative that it's building is peace is also about the ability to imagine that possibilities are there. Because with the present government, they have come up with so many schemes, and there is this whole discourse that, because there has been no social healing, peace is not possible. But today you see that in the newspapers, media, the narratives has changed about the Bodoland Territorial Council, and the whole idea is that peace is possible. I will just skip through this because I'm running out of time. As I said, the present government has come up with peaceful, smart and green Bodoland as part of this mission. They have started up a Bodoland Happiness Mission, peace building through peace education, emotional well-being. They have come up with community vision document of 26 communities residing in BTR. They have come up with creation of Bodoland Community Welfare Department in the financial year. Funds are allocated for the development of language, culture, literature. Community festivals of these 26 different communities have been recognized and put up in BTR official calendar for declaration of restricted holidays. So if you look at, so these are some of the schemes that the government has come up with as part of the peace processes. However, we will always see that this healing, reconciliation, happiness of children, those are missing in political agreements, because survivors and communities are left to carry their own trauma in silence. Though the peace process and many different programs like Bima Sibinai Bitanki, it's a recognition to mothers of martyrs, has been come up. So these are the different schemes again which government has come up. So there is this government initiative in terms of coming up with some of these welfare schemes, at the same time working on livelihood, education. A visible progress is there. We are hoping that there will be stability, but when we say that, you know, peace must move from paper to practice, from echoes to lived experiences, it has to be participatory, empathetic, and community-driven. Reconciliation has to be there. And children and youth has to be at the center of peace building. We see that there's UNCRC principles of survival, protection, development, and participation. So which should actually also, what I say is include children in conflict, you know, as part of survival, development, though it comes all into it, but when it comes to specifically children of conflict, then definitely healing and restoration of dignity. Thank you.
Dr. Warshel, I hope all the presentations was audible to you as well. Yeah. So before I open the floor for 30 minutes of question and answer, just to comment on the, not a question, but comment on the presentations as a whole. I think one of the things that we have discussed post conference session, you know, informal session yesterday, was also the need for our research methodology to shift a little, in the sense that I think Dr. Warshel in her presentation spoke about mixed methods and the global, looking at globalized context as well as the, as well as the local context, and also the need for our numbers to speak something. Right, so while a lot of our works are ethnographic and therefore in-depth, and therefore there is a sense in which we see that a lot of these narratives around conflict and what living with violence does to children, does to, women, all that have come up. I think the idea of mixed methodology, idea of also collecting quantitative data around, just the need for sheer numbers to tell that this is not, a small thing happening in a small place elsewhere is something important. The second part that connects all the presentations in some way, I think, is also the idea of resilience. So whether we use resilience or whether when we use a concept like resilience, it's also problematic in the sense that the agentic quality seems to be sort of removed from children when we talk about resilience, right? Resilience tend to think of people as being subjected to something, whereas, the agentic part, as, the last presenters, Dr. Swargiary also spoke about children as agentic beings. So some of the concepts may be something that is useful. And I sort of, what I take from this session is that other stories are also very important, right? So the presenters spoke about stories of coexistence. Yesterday, some of the presentations spoke about mixed families, right? So not looking at family as a bilateral, patriarchal kinship, but unilateral, where both sides, the parent side and the mother side and the father side has to be brought together to think of a family as not unilaterally one kind of ethnic group or the other, right? So I sort of see the idea of this as something very important to take forward, that some of our conceptual frame, the need to tell other kinds of stories. With this, I open the floor to questions. Maybe we can have a first round of 3 questions and then see whether we have the time for another round.
A very good morning and thanks to our presenters, very interesting presentations. Phulmoni, right? So I have a question. You said that you have asked the youth who had difficult childhoods due to conflicts, asked them to write their experiences, so it's a retrospective study. And you said because it would be overwhelming and it would be difficult for them to speak, you asked them to write it. But I want to know what kind of ethical protocols you put in place, because I think it will be very difficult for a person to write it and engage with it rather than just speak and feel the warmth or the empathy of the other person, the listener, right? If there is the ethics are followed. And my other question to Warshel, Yael Warshel. So you have mentioned about the framework. I would like to know, so it's a very interesting thing to see in the media's projection of conflicts. You have tried to arrive at a framework for standardizing it, because we want to show that it is not one, it's a problem that happens only in one place, but it is a very big problem and we can look at it from a standardized outline. So I would like to know what kind of difficulties were there, because Northeast India, though they are 7 states and we consider it I don't want to use the word, not a very, due to the population, I would say, due to the size of the population, not a very predominant, predominant issue. The conflicts that happens in Northeast India is not looked up as a predominant one because of the population size. That could be one reason. But when you were trying to look at it and put it in a standardized framework, what kind of difficulties you had? Because it's a very diverse place. So I just like to know about that.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am, for the question. The reason that I choose while asking them about their past experiences, they sometimes, because my working place is in Karbi, Anglong, and their language is, they mostly prefer to speak in Karbi instead of Assamese or English. Again, when the stories or narratives, the part of narrative collections comes up, as I told that the students or the children now, they are grown up, so the most of the time they feel so silent, they feel so lost when I am asking about their past stories. So and again, they themselves prefer to say that instead of telling in a different way, they have written there some of the stories in a precise way. And at the same time, I was also present, and then one Karbi translator is also there, so that I can translate the things from Karbi to English. And that is one of the reasons, so that otherwise it was very difficult to, again, as looking into the sensitivity of the issue, it was difficult for me to gather their experiences or the narratives they have shared in that time. So it was a reason for taking this approach. While coming to the part of ethics, ma'am, when they have written some of their stories, as the other person, as the Karbi one, yes, translator, he again cross-verified the writing things, and again when I translated the things into English, again I have visited the same places and I met the persons and with that Karbi translator, and I let them know that it is their story. So in that way, it was possible for me to note down the experiences.
We can collect a bunch of questions. So I will now ask Dr. Warshel to respond to the query on the media construction of conflict and the standardized range.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So the framework, the reason where it comes from, I've worked for many years as a communication professor, and within the field of communication, there has been a lack of engagement with conflict zones. And those those who study children, media, and conflict, do you hear me?
We can hear you, but are you speaking through the phone or because the audio of your laptop is fixed?
Yes, I can stop through the phone. Okay, so the framework is in a way a critique of the nascent subdiscipline of children, media, and conflict, which has claimed to study the intersection of those three variables. But in fact, that body of literature studies children who do not live in conflict zones. For example, they have studied American children or Dutch children who have been exposed to news about conflicts in Iraq or in Ukraine. And the focus has been on how can we aid children who are exposed to violence happening elsewhere. And so my intervention, my framework, instead of children, media, and conflict, is children and media in conflict zones, where the idea is that if we're trying to bring the tools of media and communication to bear on the lives of young people with relation to conflict, it should actually be those who experience conflict, right? As in the last presentation, their enduring effects. And so my intervention has been, this is where we need to look. So it's problematizing the variable of conflict, not just looking at as mediated conflict, right, on a screen, but how it's actually experienced. I also problematize children, I'll skip that right now, and also problematize media. So it's not, when I use the word media, it has a very broad conceptual meaning. If I understood the question, you were conceptualizing media solely as content or coverage, maybe how it covers a conflict. I conceptualize it in an array of ways, but in particular for this framework as an artifact, as a tool that can be used to mediate conflict. And so the second part of the answer to your question, when you're talking about the Northeast, the diversity across the states, my framework, because it's focused on the lives of children who actually experience conflict, that's where the localized methodologies come in, right? It's understanding it from their perspective. So it isn't trying to say there's a, one way fits all. It's about using media as a method to understand children's daily lives. It's as a method where when I conduct research, I may use board games. So like this last question that you posed, rather than say writing down or asking them to tell me a story, I may play a board game with them and use media as a tool for them to tell me a story. And I'll give you one last kind of answer to this question. When I talk about media as an artifact, so research I conducted in the past with Israeli children and Palestinian children in Gaza, where the focus was what were these children watching on TV. What I looked at instead is how TV was used as an artifact, like an anthropological artifact or tool. I found that mothers used TV to keep their children at home, to stem violence. So it wasn't about the contents of the television show. They kept them in conflict-ridden neighborhoods. They used it to keep them at home so that they would not be outside, would not be killed by bombs, and that they also would not join militant groups. So I'm really thinking about media as a different way when I say as an artifact or tool. And so it's looking at the Northeast from children's stories, how can it be used? How are they already using it? And how can that be harnessed to further empower them as peace builders? I hope that answered your question.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. It did answer, you did address the question. How are we doing in terms of time?
5 minutes.
So we have time for like one question. Yeah.
One has a question. Yeah.
Hello, hi. My question is to Dr. Warshel. Alright, so she can hear me, right? So I thank you for your presentation. It was very, very insightful. I'm just curious, at the beginning of your presentation, you referred to You said that you were studying incidents of violence in Assam and Manipur. I think you referred to some sort of quantitative data on the incidence of violence in that state, and I'm wondering what your sources are, because this is something that I'm also interested in, and I want to know, like, where are you finding sort of large scale data? Hello. Okay, I'm back. So, can you hear me?
I'm typing in the chat.
So, just what are the data sources that you're using for violence? And the other thing is, when you're talking about violence, what sort of violence is this? Is this state armed force violence, or is it militant violence? And do you distinguish between these sort of incidents? Because I imagine that would have an effect on the interventions that you suggest, especially in the Northeast, because so I'm curious about how you're characterizing these violence. Are you differentiating between them? Thank you.
Should I answer now?
Yeah. I hope you have got the question.
I hope you have got the question.
Yes, thank you. So I did not study that. I am citing large sample data. So I combine quantitative, I use data sets that are global, and then I myself.
Sorry to interrupt, Warshel. Maybe we can converse through the laptop itself, through the computer. I think
Just mute your phone.
we can mute
I
the
have
phone.
it. Can you not hear me? I have.
No, we can hear you. Your voice is echoing, so maybe you can mute your phone.
Okay, now is it okay?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. So I combine my own ethnographic critical research, a little survey research, but with large sample data that others have collected. So I was citing an article by Brahmachari, and what he is using and I also use is data collected at the University of Uppsala and Peace Research Institute Oslo. Once upon a time, there were 4 data sets around the world. I worked at an institute at the University of Maryland at College Park that collected one of them. Today, it's largely in Uppsala. So if you go into their code book, they say exactly what they collect, the number of casualties that there needs to be for it to be treated as registered conflict, but it does look at both state and non-state actors. It's focused largely on intrastate conflict. But so look at UCDP indicators and that will answer all your questions.
Yeah, the second question is on the kind of violence that you're referring to and how you distinguish between, say, the state violence, non-state violence, and various types of violence.
Oh no, and this is what I'm saying, that the data includes both.
Okay, the data includes the definition.
Sorry, say, I couldn't hear.
The data includes the definition of what? Yeah.
It includes if it's by a state, central government, military, if it's by different ethno-political groups, so maybe the Bodo would be counted as one ethno-political group, and then it would include any different movement or party that had some kind of physical force weight, right? What terminology one uses, all of those would be categorized and counted in the data set.
Thank you so much, Dr. Warshel, Dr. Swargiary, Dr. Phulmoni, for the very interesting session and for your patience through all the technical glitches. We now bring the session to a close.
Hi, Yael, Josephine inside. So we will be ending the session now, and I will send you the records later on, alright?
Thank you.
Sorry for the glitches. Thank you, bye.
No problem. Good night. Good morning.
Good night to you.
Now I would like to request everyone to have a short tea break for 20 minutes, and tea will be served on the fourth floor. Before that, we would like to felicitate for the presenters and chairperson.
Can you switch off the project?
Now I would like to request Pallavi to felicitate Dr. Soibam Haripriya. Now I would like to call Dr. Phulmoni Das. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Bibharani Swargiary. Now we'll have a further session. Concerns during conflict. To chair the session, I would like to invite Dr. Josephine Anthony, Assistant Professor at the Center for Equity and Justice for Children and Families, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. Josephine has been leading a field action project she established as a psychosocial intervention for children in childcare institutions in Hyderabad under the Department of Juvenile Welfare, Correctional Services and Welfare of Street Children, Government of Telangana. Currently, the project is known as Apyayata, Affection, providing comprehensive rehabilitation of children in CCIs and engaging with the CCI staff and the JJ system. Josephine has been involved in developing e-social work and engaging with the area of child protection in the digital era. She has undertaken notable research projects funded by government, UN organizations and CSR, and published in reputed journals. She was a recipient of Linus Palm Fellowship, University of Göteborg, Sweden. Before joining TIS, Josephine worked as a practitioner and a researcher for about a decade in Tamil Nadu and as an autism therapist in the USA for about 3 years. Her doctoral thesis is on the digital divide and equity in school education from IIT Madras. There are 4 presenters of this session. The first one is Bishnu J. Pegu, student, Department of Communication, University of Hyderabad. Second presenter is Aishwarya Banerjee, research scholar, Department of English Literature, Language and Cultural Studies, Vidyasagar University, West Bengal. The third presenter is R.K. Yaibiren Sana, research scholar, Department of MCJ, Tejpur University. The fourth presenter is Prashun Goswami, child rights practitioner at Project Disarm Childhood, Guwahati. Now I would like to request the chairperson to conduct the session.
May I invite the presenters to come on the dais. May I start with thanking the Northeast Society for Northeastern Social Research Center and our esteemed director, Dr. Walter, for this bold initiative, I would say, in visibilizing a very minimally spoken, less invested, disadvantaged group in conflicts. That's their protracted scenario in Northeast India. Children in conflict zones, very important topic, and we are talking about various aspects of children and their rights to protection, development and security. education is a right, it's a fundamental right, and the state is the custodian. It is the mandate of the state to ensure that education for all children from 6 to 14 is ensured. What about it for children in the conflict zones? So we have 4 presenters who are going to talk about various aspects that affect children's ability, accessibility to have the right to education. Since as education is security, especially for the vulnerable and marginalized. Here we are talking about a situation where their lives are at stake, their safety and security is at stake. In that situation, the fundamental right to education, how is it ensured to children? What are the various strands that we should engage with is what is going to be brought out in this interesting papers. May I invite the first speaker, Bishnu Pegu. His paper will be on children from conflict zones and the misreading of their behavior in educational spaces. Bishnu is currently pursuing a master's degree in communication at the University of Hyderabad, an alumnus of the Indian Institute of Mass Communication, Delhi. He has briefly worked as a journalist and continues to freelance. His current research and documentary work focus on media and conflict, caste and cinema. He is interested in questions of identity, belonging and representation, particularly in the context of Northeast India. I invite Bishnu, please take over.
Hello, am I audible? Yeah. So hi, good afternoon. So I'm Bishnu, a student of media from University of Hyderabad. So how to start? The research area for this seminar is children from conflict zones and the misreading of their behavior in education spaces. So this is something, very personal, and this is something that I really wanted to do for many years now. I remember in 2022 when I stepped out of my home for the first time, when I went to Delhi. As someone from Northeast, I had my own sort of issues, of course, people are not giving me rent. I was not getting rent houses. My broker telling me that as you're from Northeast, you may not get good rental apartments because apparently we eat dogs. So those things are there, subtle racism and everything. But what about educational spaces? How are we perceived in educational spaces? So one thing that I have seen, I've studied in Indian Institute of Mass Communication. I was in TIS for a very brief period of time. I left TIS, and currently I'm in the University of Hyderabad. So one thing that I've seen in this university spaces, also because IIMC was in JNU, so a brief period of mine was also spent in JNU. So one thing that I've seen in Indian education spaces that the Northeastern students are perceived as very secluded, very group oriented, very unsocial student groups. Who have their own sort of groups, and they don't mingle with people from other states. They don't talk much. They are unsocial. So these are that's how Northeastern students are being perceived in university spaces. That's what I have seen. So that's something that I really wanted to work on. That where does it come from, and why does it happen constantly? So yeah, let's proceed. Yeah, so basically through this research, I wanted to ask, how do children shaped by conflict zones socialize later in life, and what happens when their behavior is misread in and what happens when their behavior is misread in universities outside the region. So it explores how survival strategies formed in militarized childhoods are misunderstood as disinterest or exclusivity. So for this research, I talked to a few of students, a couple of students from JNU, DU, University of Hyderabad and TES, typically the top education institutes in India. So these are a few of the quotes that I got from those students. So one said, police and military raided our homes regularly. I don't want to be seen by everyone. I prefer a small circle of friends. My silence was taken as inattentiveness by teachers. If I stay quiet, I'm called arrogant. If I speak, people laugh at my accent. Yeah, so misreading in educational spaces. So I remember when this person called Nido Tamian was killed in Delhi. Because he was, racist comments were passed on him, and when he questioned those people back in broad daylight, he was killed in Delhi, in Lajpat Nagar. So that kind of affected me a lot while growing up, and I'm not that comfortable while speaking out in Delhi. A lot of issues. I mean, the background that I come from, the kind of childhood that I've had as someone from conflict zone, definitely I would not open up easily to people from the northern belt, because I'm not sure how they take me, how they take my perception. I have a friend from Kashmir. I remember we were from the same batch, and she didn't speak up for like 2-3 months. She was very silent. So once she came and told me that, I'm very cautious, because if I speak something, then they might call me anti-national. So those things are there in our minds, right? Like even if we question back, or we kind of refrain or resist, then we are not sure what kind of things might come back to us. So that's something continues in our mind every time when we are outside of our reason. And that's why that's what a lot of people have said when I talk to them, that they prefer staying with their own sort of people, because they're comfortable within it. When we are sharing lunch, when I'm bringing tiffin from my home, I definitely don't want to share it with someone from a northern belt, because the kind of things that we constantly hear in Delhi or in Bombay, that the stuff that we eat, be it dry fish or whatever, so that we are we are not taken, what do you call it, we are not accepted in that sense. So there are a lot of students who have said that because of that we don't want to share our canteen space or our leisure space with people from other states. We feel more comfortable to talk to, because people who have shared the same trauma we feel more comfortable with them. And also to understand this misread behavior, I have taken two sociologists in the frame. So first is Goffman and second is Bourdieu. So Goffman basically helps me explain the problem of perception. So he talks about how in our society, people are judged because of their outer behavior. People are judged how they talk, how they behave. And when we do, and we don't delve into those people's, larger history or the trauma that they have come from, the trauma that they bring or the history that they bring, we don't tend to know that. Rather, we judge them on how they talk, how they behave. We don't think about if they can have a background or something like that. Then for Bourdieu, in his Habitus, he talks how our environment and how our social groups, our social environment shape our behavior, the way we talk, the way we go ahead in life, and that stays with us. Even if we live in, like, we have lived in conflict zone, we have gone through a trauma. And even if we move out of the conflict zone, we move out to another place, those trauma stays with us. The behavior that we learn while growing up, the cautiousness, that what to speak, how to behave, the perception that we bring in by seeing, what we see about other reasons, that stays with us even when we move out of our move out of the conflict zones. So that's what basically government and Bourdieu says. If I bring in both of them together, then from government's misrecognition, we can we can bring in and edit to the context of students from conflict zones, specifically for Northeastern students, and we can say that the Northeast students, because when we move out of our region, when we study in Delhi or in any other top education institute, the way we behave, the way we talk, at times we're very cautious of our accent, right? The way we talk, what if someone mock our accent? Even our names. I remember I had a cookie friend in IIMC. She had a very long cookie name, and a teacher mocked her name, that ye kya naam hai? So those things are very common in educational spaces. So we are like that, and that makes us more cautious. We tend to avoid certain people, certain situations, and when we behave in a certain way, the people from outside of the conflict zone, they don't tend to know the history that we bring in, or the trauma that we have. And exactly in Bordeaux's context, why does this behavior happens? It happens because we have grown up in a certain environment, we have grown up in a certain socio-cultural time where those things are ingrained in us, the way the behavior, the way of talking. That's what by bringing in Goffman and Bordeaux, that's how I try to make sense of this research. And the cost of misreading. So I remember, once talking to a group of people from a left-leaning organization, and I had a word with them, and I tried to tell them how the Indian security forces committed atrocities in the northeastern region of India, specifically Manipur. And what I got to know from them, what I heard, they called me insurgency sympathizer, because for them, they cannot think anything, they cannot think beyond national interest. I shared with them, I would not have shared them with probably a right-wing group, but because I thought that they're from a left-leaning political organization, so I tried to share my views with them, and I shared my trauma, and in return what I got is that I'm an insurgency sympathizer, and that made me more cautious later, that to not share what I've gone through in past or our stories, because today they have called me an insurgency sympathizer, tomorrow they might file a complaint against me, right? So that's how this misreading cost you as someone who comes from a conflict zone. And building understanding in education. So I'm just wrapping up. So lastly, how to build the basic understanding in education. I think the first and foremost thing what should be done in educational spaces is the recognition. I mean, to just recognize what the children growing up in conflict zone have gone through, to read their history. And one more example that I would like to share. When we say, like, when I remember when I was in Delhi, and when but we have this tendency to use this term called mainland, right? Mainland India. So there are, like, I remember meeting a group of people who had issues with me, tagging them as mainland India. They asked me, like, why are you calling us mainland India? We all are India. So that's the thing, that's the gap, that's the thing that should be kind of sabotage. They should understand, they should recognize that why do we still call them mainland India? Because there is a reason behind it, and that's the reason that that should be found out. That's what I believe. So with this I conclude. Yeah, thank you so much.
Displacement and rural children in Tripura's relief camps. Aishwarya is a senior research fellow pursuing her PhD in the Department of English Literature, Language and Cultural Studies, Vidyasagar University, West Bengal. Her thrust area of research is conflict studies with special reference to Northeast India. She has published a few research papers in a number of reputed journals. She is also a translator, and her recent work includes the translation of Jumur Pandey's short story, Biborno Diviprofor, translated into English as Bleak Noon, published in the collection
Bandaged Moments, Stories of Mental Health by Women Writers from Indian Languages. I invite Aishwarya to present a paper.
Thank you. So today the title of my paper is Exiled Childhood, Conflict, Displacement and Rural Young Children in Tripura's Relief Camps. So yesterday when Miss Ketiki Bordoloi ma'am mentioned the boy in the striped pajamas in her talk, I found myself reflecting on my own position as the author of this paper. There is a line that really stayed with me from that book, and I quote, "Only the victims and survivors can truly comprehend the awfulness of that time and place. The rest of us live on the other side of the fence, staring through from our own comfortable place, trying in our own clumsy ways to make sense of it all." I feel my position here is somewhat similar. Standing on the other side, trying to understand in my own way and articulate what can perhaps never be fully grasped. Children do not commence conflicts, but they form the group of worst affected casualties. More than 1 in 6 children in the world reside in conflict zones, which amounts to over 473 million children stuck in such zones, negotiating with a vulnerable childhood. However, they are often considered as passive casualties of conflicts. Such hegemonic approach to victimhood runs the peril of homogenizing and shrouding the complexity of children's narratives of conflicts. This study aims to examine the lived realities of Bru young children who grew up within the confines of the relief camps in Tripura since their mass exodus from Mizoram in 1997. The Bru young community is an indigenous tribal community predominantly residing in Mizoram, Tripura, in some parts of Manipur as well. And however, in this paper, the term Bru is officially designated. I am designating this word term Bru Ryang to denote the displaced group of people following the 1997 ethnic clash in Mizoram, distinguishing them from the general population. In 1990s, the historical land for the Bru Ryangs was designated to be a tiger reserve by the Mizoram government, and it was previously converted into Rampa Tiger Wildlife Sanctuary in 1985. This triggered protests from the Bru National Union, as such a decision would lead to an uncompensated displacement of the residents. Consequently, the Bru youth resorted to arms and formed the Bru National Liberation Front, BNLF. Ethnic tensions and clashes kept brewing in the state between the Brus and the Mizos, but the final blow fell with the alleged killing of a Mizo forest guard by a Bru and his armed forces. The death of this guard fueled widespread violence and retaliation to this killing. Mizo armed groups burned Bru houses and villages, and it has been claimed that Bru villages in Lunglei, Kulasav and Mamet were torched. And the official estimate of 325 houses in 16 villages which were burned stands in sharp contrast to the Bru sources, which have claimed that approximately 1391 houses in about 41 villages were completely burnt. Destruction of crops, torture and sexual violence against women increased rampantly at the wake of this ethnic conflict, as a result of which nearly 37,000 Bru Ryangs occupying the western part of Mizoram were forced to flee to northern Tripura and settle in 6 relief camps of Kanchanpur and Panisagar. Thus, the Bru Ryangs became internally displaced people in their own country. The political cacophony, however, left the common people completely distressed, especially the children. Owing to this, Many children were indiscriminately affected, being vulnerable to a prolonged toxic stress and agony of displacement. They had no other choice but to escape because their houses were on fire. Now the camps in Tripura that proved to be emergency shelters for the Bru children were understaffed, deficient in providing proper food, medicines, or even adequate shelter, thereby leading to outbreak of diseases and death. Outbreaks of malaria and diarrhea claimed hundreds of Bru lives. Water scarcity in the camps forced children to climb down almost 3-kilometer pits to collect water and then trek uphill. Now, official ration for adults were fixed at 600 grams of rice and 5 rupees per day, whereas children were entitled to half this amount. Clothes for these children were distributed only once a year. Extreme hunger and starvation often forced these children to collect wild potatoes, edible roots and stems along with fruits to satisfy the raging hunger inside their growing stomachs. Sanitation in the camp was also extremely miserable, as rivulets were used for bathing and forests were used for ablutions. The dire situation in the camp would often force these children to find out ill-framed escape routes. At the Times of India reports, almost 1 in every 10 children are consuming alcohol, tobacco, and in some cases even drugs are being consumed. The National Commission for Protection of Child Rights conducted a survey that exposed some of the critical challenges and obstructions in the way of securing a better future for all those 7,000 Bru young children who were born in the relief camps of Tripura and grew up amidst grave and dire living conditions. The survey was conducted in 2018 on the basis of 837 responses, and it revealed a shocking school enrollment percentage among children in the relief camps. The survey put a data like this: 38% of children between ages 0 to 6, 9.5% of children between ages 6 to 14, and 35% of children between ages 14 to 18 were not enrolled in any educational institutions. Most of the institutions could only afford primary level educational facilities, and without the facilities of free books and midday meals. About 24% of the students enrolled in government schools and around 48% in non-residential special training center revealed that they hardly received free books every year, while 36% of the children enrolled in government schools complained of not receiving midday meal daily. 31% of children in NRSTCs revealed the same. The schools in Tripura's relief camps had no proper ambience for study, as they lacked drinking water facility, toilets, and even electricity. The classrooms were dull and dimly lit, with sunlight being the only source of light. The schools also lacked sufficient number of classrooms, and in some of the schools, grades 3 to 5 were taught in the same room using 1 or 2 blackboards. Healthcare conditions, as I said earlier, were also deplorable. In the relief camps, malaria, diarrhea, measles, respiratory infections made the children medically weak and vulnerable. The NCPCR survey revealed that out of all the respondents they surveyed, 97% of them denied receiving the free medicines they were entitled to, and about 34% of the respondents revealed that their children had not been provided with immunization or vaccination during their growing years. There was also no organized system of waste disposal, with scattered waste strewn across the camps being a very common sight. Now, Agamben suggests that modern politics deteriorates human condition to poor life, reducing them to a mere biological existence where human beings are veritably stripped of their political rights. In such a scenario, they are almost confined within a state of exception. The Bru's young children who grew up in the relief camps of Tripura with inadequate educational facilities and improper healthcare system became populations to be managed, whose basic right to food, education, healthcare were not part of constitutional rights for that matter, but largely dependent on relief funds and humanitarian interventions. The relief camps of Tripura proved again and again that the lives of the children were brought down to mere biological life than a very politically qualified life. For these children, food was not a primordial necessity, but an administrative favor. Moreover, the dire educational facilities in the camp did not leave a very good future for the students as well, which could have been achieved with regular schooling statistic. Now, also Arendt argues that the calamity of the rightless is not that they are deprived of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness or of equality before the law and freedom of opinion, but that they no longer belong to any community whatsoever. Not that they are oppressed, but that nobody wants even to oppress them. That their plight is not that they are not equal before law, but that no law exists for them. They are considered as biological entities, but not political subjects. They are human beings without quite enforceable rights. The status of the brood young children in the camps without clear access to stable form actually reminds me of Arendt's suggestion that the right to have rights is the most primary entitlement where one's voice should be recognized and represented. The camp-born children were born with exclusion as an inherited political condition, living a life that was considered as objects for administrative units, not rendered as subjects with rights. Peace talks were arranged between the leaders of BNLF and the government of Mizoram between 2001 and 2005, in which BNLF let down their armaments for amnesty and repatriation. It is also a fact that between 2009 and 2019, spanning a period of 10 years, several repatriation processes were initiated. Like there was an agreement on 3rd July 2018 between Government of India, Government of Tripura, Mizoram, and also Mizoram Brew Displaced Peoples Forum to repatriate around 5407 Brew families consisting of 32,876 people who were residing in temporary camps in Tripura. But about 328 families involving 1369 people returned to Mizoram. However, sketchy safety and livelihood assurances and inadequate cultural respect deterred many camp residents to return to Mizoram. A quadripartite agreement was signed among the Government of India, Mizoram and Tripura and Brew leaders on 16 January 2020, which extended a scheme for permanent resettlement of the internally displaced Brews in Tripura. Now this journey from the state of exception to a state of normalcy, or from relief camps to permanent resettlements, to bring hope for the Brew young children, but continued pleas for ration cards, educational gaps and land allotments bring back the logic of the camps. The camps for the Brew young may have physically dissolved, yet the long shadow of its governing rationality still seems to hover around their existence in diverse systemic and structural forms. Thus, the resettlement scheme, with its aim to establish civic personhood, may also ensure that educational, social, and the medical rights are guaranteed to the children as entitlements. Unless that is done, the children will continue to be haunted by memories inherently associated with the paradigm of the camps. The quadripartite agreement and the resettlement plan take a step ahead towards the restoration of their rights, but again, the belated recognition may hint at a deferral, temporal deferral of rights, which can only be overcome through concrete realization of political membership of these Brew young children. That's all. Thank you.
Presenters. With almost 10 months of gap, I'm talking to such a large audience. I may buffer a lot, so excuse me for that. So my paper, my developing paper is titled Music, Children and Everyday Crisis in Manipur. Reading Imphal Talkies Peace Narratives in their native tongue called Peace, which is their project, music project. So my paper tries to investigate the communication aspects of music in peace-building initiatives. I found that most of the studies done on music and conflicts and peace-building kind of manifested lots of aspects on communication. But these manifestations were also just indicative and rather put out of focus of this communication aspect in music and peace building. Therefore, I take up the case of Manipur and the initiative taken by the Imphal Talkies native tongue called Peace, and these are the questions I initially tried to ponder upon, not strictly research questions. How do music make sense of children's lived experiences in conflict zones? What stories do their songs carry? And what are they seeking to express through music? And finally, what does peace actually mean to them children? And I put the question of agency of the children in peace building initiatives. Therefore, I would like to discuss on the communication aspect of music and how music is one of the most seen as one of the most prominent tool in communicating peace and so on, in which I try to argue that it is a question of collective concerns. It allows emotional responses and different aspirations on the performers, music performers or collaborators in that sense. Osborne has tried to argue in his paper, and Osborne has mostly gone every part of the world to write this paper, and finally he tries to understand this in both individual level and social level, in the sense that in the individual level it is music helps in creativity, self-expression, self-belief and self-respect, and at the social level it is a very much important tool for social communication. And therefore in certain ways this however in certain ways this paper tries to take its line of flight in most delusion sense to create new linkages and understand, depart from, not just depart, take a line of flight from mere therapeutic concerns of music in conflict, and rather argue that it is a kind of a space where children have their agency to express. I try to weave in 2 to 3 thinkers here. One is Robinovich and Surli, who argued, who tried to approach music in its social sense, and by arguing that music is most social. And this is quite similar to Augusto Boal, who said that music and dancing belongs to the people, and so on. And they talk about something called as interpersonal synchrony, where during the performance of the music and during singing, the participants tend to be synchronic in the sense that they walk together, they voice together. And this is also propounded by another thinker, Cross, who have expanded on what he calls as entrainment and floating intentionality. In entrainment, it is similar to what Rabinovich and Surli has argued, in which he tries to say that in the process of music making and singing and all that, there is a kind of a synchronity that the performers tend to engage into, but also there is a kind of a floating intentionally which makes music peculiar, because every participant or anybody who listens to the music have their own interpretation to what is being sung and how is it being performed. And lastly, this Ford also says, and this is was an important paper to me, so I have put it here: Communication, Identity, Respect, a case study of collaborative music. This is a paper in which he says that music is an important tool for self-expression, where they try to articulate their personal identity and foster respect and collaborative engagements. So a native tongue called Peace is an initiative under the frontman Akku Chingambam, this guy who is sitting with the guitar. And it began in 2015, and he comes with a very starking and story when I interviewed him, and he told me that he once was working in to provide aid to some children in Senapati, and this project, the idea sparked in him when he saw that all the children were playing and singing, and they were talking to each other and making friendships together despite their ethnic identity. All right, so this project is much more than singing. It tries to offer music lessons, introduce musical instruments, and most importantly, provide playful settings to the children. So this becomes prominent in their audio, visual, or music video outputs. So most, if you see the pictures here, you see that children are co-creators of the project. They are not isolated, and therefore they sing, they dance, and they move together, in which they kind of engage and communicate to each other, and kind of here and there speak out their voices and intentions. So this is one of their songs that I just have put it here, but this is mostly understood. My methodology more or less is the analysis of narrative analysis of audio-visual output of theirs. But this I put it here so that you can also see what they sing upon. So this is the first. This was their first music production. All We Need Is Love. And this is their last, the latest, which they come up with from a relief camp in Imphal. But I would like to quickly, so if you would like to read it. So you see that certain imaginations are prominent and coming out in the lyrics, but this is most specifically and most importantly understood along with the visual narratives that are there in the in their output. So because when they sing this song, we see that they have captured very documentarily the children randomly playing, and then engaging among themselves. And then you see that Akhu and their project and his assistant is engaging with the children here. I try to draw very importantly to this book by Tina Heather called War, Conflict and Play. I'll come to this a bit later. So it's difficult to pronounce the name. So they say that these narratives seek to build dialogue. So dialogue is one kind of a very important aspect of music and singing. So because it promotes personal reflections in search of new meanings, and obviously they share their own stories. So I saw that these narratives of peace that emerged from this project, it talked about the lived realities mostly. Used term in this seminar. So I believe this lived realities is something we need to question and redefine again. So most of the lived realities of the children, and by lived realities I mean their stories comes up from these children singing into the project and engaging. So Tina Heather mostly discusses about this something called the importance of play, and this I find one of the most important point in my paper, despite the fact that I have put it at the last section. Heather argues that conflict kind of disrupts the community networks. It tries to, the material aspect of community is broken when there is conflict, and most importantly, the social fabric of the family is also disrupted, and therefore it disrupts the children in many ways, because the children are supposed to grow up in the environment of care of the community and the family. And therefore, play becomes one of the most important aspects because it reflects on self and emotions, it develops communication and consciousness, and create their own meaning during the play. And this is, play becomes one of the most important aspects in understanding the consciousness of the children about the society, because when everybody of us played, of course, but so when we see children, we played by with wooden, some I don't know, some guns made of wood and all, and you see, and interestingly, when the girls and the boys, as they are children, play, mother, son, or shops and then use leaves to imitate money. All these are processes through which the children try to understand the the society, the economics, the polity, and everything. So therefore, this play cannot be ignored at all. But when children are in the conflict zones, they are devoid of this play space. Understand? So it is very important for William to have said that the children's world is not cannot be understood in isolation from our world. So children have their own subjectivity in understanding what the world is, and produce their own meanings, and therefore the children world is not exclusive but an inclusive a thing to understand where we are surviving. And therefore, I conclude by saying that the voices, images, and narratives evoked in the native term called peace compel us to recognize that peace must be produced imminently from the members of the society through gestures of care, recognition, and the restoration of spaces where play and friendships can flourish freely, because this space where they play among themselves produces kind of brotherhood, friendship, where there is no constraint upon and restriction imposed from somewhere else on their belongingness to the community, belongingness among themselves, and without any kind of strict identity imposed upon them. Therefore, with this, I come to the end of my conclusion.
Because during Salvajudum, all those schools were occupied by the security forces. So in retaliation, the Maoists had demolished all those schools, forcing around 26,000 children out of school. And also at that time, when the teachers were also removed from the schools and they were placed in the Salvajudum camps for duties and all. For years, children were out of school, but at the same time, the government had a kind of introduced some residential schools in the vicinity of towns, and also under the close watch of security forces. But those schools were called porta cabins. Porta refers to portable. They were bamboo structures, but they were hub of corruption. There were gross sexual rights violation of children, including other rights violations. And also we can say, at least in my writings and other films, I have personally termed those schools as Southwestern's version of Canada's Indian residential schools. They were serving the same objectives as the residential schools in Canada. But in 2018, something emerged. So from the time of 2005 till 2018, there was a generation of children, very few children, who had studied in those government schools, in those residential schools. They came up, they were looking for some kind of job opportunities in Bastar. Now joining the state had only one thing for them, only one opportunity, that was joining state armed forces. But those youths realized that joining the state armed forces would mean they would never be able to go back to their villages, because their villages back then in Bastar, even now to some extent, were liberated zones. Like there was no Indian government, but Maoist government used to run over there. So what they did in 2018, they came up and thought that why not we build these schools. For this, they went to the collector, district level collector over there. Collector said go and ask permission from Maoists. So these youths went to the Maoists, then they convinced the Maoists that we want to build the schools, and we'll be living in the villages itself. Maoists had put two conditions: that you can build the government schools, provided there is no concrete structure. It should be a see-through wall. Secondly, we will not allow any teacher from outside to come over here, teach and live daily. Even if you are bringing someone from outside, she needs to reside in the village itself. So with these conditions, the youths again reapproached the collector. So collector said, okay, we can agree to these conditions, and then those schools were reopened in test hut structures, and all those 12 plus youths were were made teachers over there, and they were termed as Shiksha Duts. They were getting salary of around 5,000 back then from the District Mineral Foundation Fund that is available in Bastar. So when I analyzed it, I found that the macro level, it was strong state-led opening. The state had issued resources, so the redistribution was strong over here. But at the same time, when I went further, in meso level, those schools, they were started by the initiative taken by the locals over there. But right now, these schools are state instruments. The locals have no say, neither in the curriculum, nor in the classroom or any other school processes. So there is very weak community or CSO representation. Secondly, and thirdly, micro. There is no classroom dialogue or healing. Like there is no healing on the structural violence that is still prevailing over there, or the mental health aspects of children. As I said, it is mostly a state. These schools are now state instruments with a uniform state curriculum that neither acknowledges their language or their culture or anything. So the outcome, the conclusion of the study is this: these schools are helping in in building negative peace. So by negative peace, they mostly mean that there is lack of direct violence, but at the same time they are not addressing the structural violence over there. The second is the case of KSO schools in Manipur. So in Manipur, during the ongoing conflict, multiple children have been forced out of school due to their IDP children have been forced out of school due to this migration and turning the schools into relief camps and all. So in 2023, the Cookie Students Organization had introduced a zero dropout campaign. In 2024 February, they had started schools. Presently, there are 6 community-run schools, 2 in Sisipur, 1 in Sangaikot, 1 in Chandel, 1 in Kankopi, and 1 in Kamjau. They are now serving to around 2,000 IDP children. So when I analyze these schools based on the 3 frameworks, it has come that these schools are now operating with philanthropic and with the help of church and local people over there. So there is no government recognition to these schools, but at the same time, based on the interviews with the teachers, head teachers and community persons, there are strong recognition of local culture and identity, strong community representation, and classrooms have been fostering dialogue and healing. So they are also providing support for mental health related issues, and also there are multiple such documented instances that we have documented where children had ran away from the school to the underground camps. The schools went back to the underground camps and brought them back. So that level of reconciliation is available over here. But again, there is a challenge. This reconciliation or addressing or this dialogue or fostering is only limited to the single community, Cookie community. The schools are, or the dialogues in the schools are not addressing the community in conflict over there. So the outcome which comes is that it is a positive peace. It is helping in positive peace, but as there is no support from the state or the macro level, so sustainability is fragile. So this is on comparative analysis. In Bastar only the redistribution is strong, but otherwise everything is absent, or like recognition is weak, representation is minimal, reconciliation is absent, peace type is negative. In Manipur, the KSO schools, it is limited but equitable. The redistribution is limited as there is no state resources involved, but it is equitable. Otherwise, recognition, representation, reconciliation are strong. Again, as I mentioned, reconciliation is presently only within the community. So if we see the peace type is positive, but it is fragile. So conclusion and recommendations, education can deepen conflict or foster reconciliations. So these are things, but ultimately the conclusion and recommendation is that in conflict zones, we cannot just move with single level of schools or single levels of education initiative. Both macro, micro and meso level needs to come together and then build those.
India, particularly in the Northeast. Bishnu Pegu's paper foregrounded how behaviors of students from conflict zones, such as reserve, group solidarity, and emotional restraint, are often misread in mainstream education institutions. Drawing on Goffman's theory of misrecognition and Bourdieu's concept of habitus, he argued that these are deficits of social skills, but dispositions
shaped by militarization, surveillance, and ethnic tensions. This reframing called for more empathetic and contextually aware educational environments that acknowledge the emotional geographies these students carry in higher education setting. Ms. Aishwarya's paper, it was on Brur young children in Tripura's relief camps, traced the enduring educational deprivation resulting from decades-long displacement since 1997, with alarming enrollment gaps, poor facilities, and conditions of toxic stress. The paper highlighted how these children inhabit a state of exception, I would say active exclusion, recognized but not fully represented as citizens. Framed through Chatterjee, Agamben, and Arendt, the work stressed the urgent need to move beyond victimhood narratives and recognize the denial of childhood rights and in camp spaces. Complementing this was Vibrant's work, which explored how music becomes a form of mediation and expression for children in conflict-affected Manipur. Through the work of Imphal Talkies and their project, A Native Tongue Called Peace, the paper demonstrated how music enables silenced voices to reclaim agency, transforming trauma into a medium for peace building and dialogue. Finally, Prasoon's work, it examined education as peace building through comparative case studies from Bastar and Manipur. By applying the 4 R's framework and 4 R's framework, he showed how state-led schooling in Bastar sustains negative peace by ensuring access without reconciliation, while community-driven schooling by the Kuki Students Organization in Manipur fosters positive peace but remains vulnerable due to the lack of state support. The analysis underscored the necessity of hybrid models integrating state resources with community agency for long-term sustainable peace education. Placed in the broader context, children in Northeast India grow up amidst protracted conflict, displacement, and militarization, conditions that profoundly shape their educational experiences and life chances. Frequent school disruptions due to violence, bunds, blockades, along with poor infrastructure in relief camps and conflict-affected villages have denied many children to continuous access to education. Alarming enrollment and retention gaps as seen among displaced Brur young children in Tripura's camp reveal the structural denial of the right to education. For adolescents who migrate outside the region, social behaviours form the militarized environments such as being reserved, emotional caution, and group solidarity are the main or often misinterpreted as social aloofness in mainstream campuses, leading to further alienation. These vulnerabilities also expose children to heightened risks of abuse, trafficking, and exploitation, underscoring the urgency of achieving SDG 6.2, ending violence, exploitation, and all forms of abuse against children, which is starkly out even in educational experience. With this, I would like to open this session for you to share your feedback, ask questions, to clarify. I have, but very response. Okay. Brief questions to Bishnu. So you spoke about students, but you said few students. I think in a paper presentation, please avoid that. And please tell us a little bit about your methodology. Aishwarya will take up the questions. Yeah. Aishwarya, you mentioned about NCPCR data. I would like to know
did NCPCR conducted a data for this region, or is it based on any particular research? I couldn't get that data. I tried to locate the source, I couldn't find it. Vibrant, how did you, yeah, okay. So you were talking about music and I realized that you went into play. So I couldn't get that connection. If you can make the connection for us, it will be great. And yeah, I appreciate your analytical part. It brought out the differences beautifully, even though it was very simple and one or two, tables, but it was really interesting. Good, I appreciate that. Okay, open to you. You can, we can take 1 or 2, 3 questions, and then we can take up all the answers together.
I'll come to you, but first let me
Yes.
take this opportunity. It's more of a comment, but
You're audible.
Hello.
Please go on.
Yeah. So it's in response to Bishnu Pegu.
Yes.
So very nice, and I can relate to what you have been saying all through your presentation. Thank you for that. So I think there's some problem with the battery.
So just come here and have. I don't know how to open this.
Yes.
Sorry for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So regarding this. Okay, I'm also going to share a little bit of my personal experience, having been lived in JNU for 5 years in campus. So I think there are certain avenues where we need to improve, like the art of debate culture, where Northeast people from, especially the students from Northeast, have to learn. I think I genuinely believe that. Having said that, we should be open to constructive debate and all. Having said that, I think Northeast students should really learn how to definitely not seek validation from, especially from peers from the mainland, right? Because we have different history where children from the mainland, when they are learning the art of debate, we were learning the art of survival, how to live. So here, yeah, that part is there. And again, in connection with that, is because through these 5 years, in my interaction with both the leaders of left and right, I realized that it's not that they don't know, they know, but they still stick to those stereotyping because it furthers their political agenda. So here, I think, yeah, in that way, there's a solution of how, the way I see it, that one thing is we should definitely stop seeking validation, open to constructive discussion, but then not seeking validation. And regarding this, your opening statement of how you were denied of rent, because apparently we eat dog meat. In that, maybe I'm going to break your heart, but I grew up eating dog meat, and I still do. And I think I'm unapologetic about it. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, I have a question interlinking to that.
Also, like to Bishnu again. So when you're, like Professor Josephine has already mentioned, like when you present a data, we also need to know what's your sources and a bit more clarity. So when you say, for example, my personal experience, yeah, my personal experience also has theoretical groundings, like what research methods you use and what. So those things are important because this is not a casual discussion. We are representing people who have lived through this different types of racism and interlinking that to educational spaces. Very much agree with what Visa has told. And be careful of the terminologies that you use in spaces, in public spaces because your own personal biases were very reflexive in your interview, in your presentation. And yeah, that's one comment.
What do you wanted to ask?
Yeah.
We'll come back to that.
Yeah, I too wanted to ask Pegu and probably the rest of I too have seen that experience of students from the Northeast, the sense of isolation they have experienced. The question I have always asked is, what's the way out? I think that is something we need to reflect on really, because it becomes a vicious circle. The Northeasterners feel sort of discriminated against. I don't know whether it's discrimination, what they feel, but and then that strengthened the view of mainland people that these are different, we cannot relate to them. I think it's time we really search for ways out of it. Do you think that the experience that Prasun presented from Bastar, the education being sort of the dialogue between the district collector and the Maoists and the youth working as intermediaries, can that tell you something about establishing relationship between in education?
Maybe your response to that.
No, we take questions. Yes. Hi, thanks for such interesting presentation. My question is to Bishnu as well. I think it's also having experienced a similar kind of education in Delhi and also here. I think it's also a little problematic to homogenize the entire northeastern students studying outside as a similar category, because whatever conflicts or whatever altercations happen within the Northeast do reflect the kind of interactions or the kind of meaning making within the groups of students in university spaces. That's number one. And the second thing is this kind of positionality that students have within universities outside. It's not very limited to Delhi or to Mumbai, but also when somebody from India would go out and study. So these are very similar experiences. And so I wanted to know whether you look at the entire categorization as homogeneous. What are your reflections on that? And the next thing in the similar light is also there's a lot of in-house policing that happens within different groups of students. And personally, I've also seen where policing is about why were you roaming around with a person from Bihar or a person from Jharkhand. So there's an in-house policing which does restrict the kind of friendships or meaning making or play in different ways. So what are your reflections on that? I want to know. Thank you so much.
So for the qualitative approach was taken obviously, and also my my personal experiences that I've gone through in different universities, and I've talked to a lot of students from different universities. Interviews were done, informal conversations were taken, and also for secondary sources, I've used different for secondary sources I've used writings by different professors, like I've used Dolly Con Ma'am's writing and also Sanjay Borwa's. Though I didn't exactly find, I found a gap, of course. I didn't find much work regarding this. Yeah, the one that I didn't find much work that discusses on the behavior of like how do Northeast students behave, children from conflict zone behave outside of the conflict zone, and how it's perceived. So I didn't find much work regarding that. Yeah, that's it. And sir, coming to you, I think I believe there's a lack of discourse in Indian universities from our side. That's what I actually believe. Because I'm currently studying in University of Hyderabad. In University of Hyderabad, there's an Ambedkarite discourse, there's a Jammu and Kashmir discourse, there's an organization called Jammu and Kashmir Students Association, and there's another organization called Northeast Students Federation. Jammu and Kashmir Students Association, they vehemently call themselves political. They do political gatherings where they discuss about Kunan Pushpara, discuss about different incidents that have happened in Jammu and Kashmir. But when it comes to Northeast Students Federation, we are more cultural. We always keep it like very upfront and we are cultural, we are apolitical. We are not here to discuss politics. All we'll do is we'll have cultural gatherings and we'll dance and we'll sing. And even the professors like Langhan Piang sir, is from our university. There are other professors also. So they have been also very critical of Northeast Students Federation. I met a professor who clearly said that how can you call yourself apolitical when you're part of the politics? Next time when you dance and sing, also try to have some talks regarding Manipur, because what's happening in Manipur right now, you have not held any kind of talks or any debate regarding that. I've joined university last year in 2024. As of now, I've not seen a single discussion on Northeast, on Manipur, or any discourse. So I think that's something that we lack. This tendency to behave very apolitical and not to hold debates or discussions regarding what we have gone through, or to tell people our stories, because I believe right now in Indian universities, our students, people who come from Northeast, they are mostly like ridiculed as those people who dress really well, who looks beautiful. That's what they do. Who looks beautiful, who dress up really well, and they're shy and they're very they're not so social. Also, as ma'am said, I think we're also very much responsible for that, because I think this tendency to not talk about politics and not to share what we have gone through in past, that's one of the reason I believe. And I think to bridge that gap, and we have to bring a discourse in university campuses, we have to tell our stories, because we have so much of stories to tell. I hope I've answered your question. Yeah. And next, yours, right? Yeah. So I forgot.
I asked you whether you're looking at the entire student community of the Northeast as a homogeneous category. I find it deeply problematic. So what is your take on that?
I'll just add one question to that, is that when you say we are not political, institutions like this, JNU, they have been very political. Northeastern societies have been very political. So you need to signify your area of your research.
No, I was talking about University of Hyderabad.
And I'm pretty sure even in the past 10 years, I think even at the University of Hyderabad also was very political. So it's about personal engagement with the idea of what politics is one, because,
So the recent change in the demography also plays a role. There's an incident that happened in University of Hyderabad where Rohit Vemula was institutionally murdered, right?
What is it called? The witch hunting of scholars speaking up probably is one of the reasons where education spaces are losing out on the political aspects.
True.
So, but they add those things when you discuss the behaviors.
But since the time I have joined, I have not seen any discourse regarding Northeast, and Northeastern Students Federation was revived this year again in University of Hyderabad. So we constantly put it out that we are political and we are we cannot discuss politics. I didn't find any discourse, at least on Manipur. Also, I have not found any discourse as of now in campus. Yeah. So I completely agree. My area of research was children from conflict zone. It was not, I didn't homogenize Northeast. My lingo sounded like that, but I didn't homogenize the entire, Northeastern students as such, because even in Northeast, not everyone comes from conflict zone, right? Not in Assam, everyone is part of conflict zone. I come from Lakhimpur. I don't remember growing up in any kind of, I don't come from a conflict zone while growing up, but then because my mother was transferred in different places, so I've lived in Dibrugarh, Sibsagar, so I remember the curfew nights. But we don't share the same trauma. Not every state has their own trauma, own suffering, own sort of issues. So I'm not looking them as a homogeneous identity. And what's your next question?
I was asking you about the in-house policing that takes place.
Oh yeah, it's very much there. I know I know Northeastern men in university campuses. They're very patriarchal, and the way they treat the female students from Northeast, that as if you have come from my region, so I have the authority to kind of control you, to tell you what to do, what not to do. That very much exists. Specifically in Delhi.
Almost runs for 55 pages, and that survey inculcated 15 surveyors with 3 translators, and there's a detailed report on it. Thank you.
Ma'am, your question was on the relation between music and play. It erupts at two levels in my research paper. The first is like when we talk about music, I was talking also about its performative turn. And then there comes a question of what is play. So the children's getting together, the synchronity, are all kinds of play when they were singing and dancing together when they were singing. So in that sense, music is not was not considered as an exclusive term in the most aesthetic sense. Secondly, it also erupts from the visual narratives of the project outcome, in which they have, when the singing happens, they visualize children playing. They visualize how important it is for children to grow up into a space where they have the freedom to run around, play with the toys and everything.
You have something? Yes. I just would like to add to what
take up some part of what Dr. Walter has highlighted. So, how do we change this positionalities of Northeastern students in higher education institutions? So, UTIS, they are absolutely empowered group. We have very, very strong, scholars coming out, and you can see people, the alumni and their work. But is it the story for everyone? So I think it's very important. It's just not about engaging politically, but about understanding the importance of the institution for oneself. So this grouping or Northeastern students coming together is not the story of just Northeastern students. So in institutions like this, where you have students across the state, you see the students from down south, coming together, and it is a story everywhere, but because it's a story of social identity that emboldens you. Right? So you're in a place of nowhere, and so you find, naturally you find friendship with people who are from your side. So I think understanding the importance of the system there. Here it's an education system, or the setting, what it requires, and how do you mold yourself in terms of building your networks. I feel that works very well for our students, especially where they are going through the professional training in social work. We nurture that, build a relationship and a network with everyone. I think that effort from the institute should also happen, and it is two ways. The inclusion is two ways. So the students also should be able to get out of their comfort zone. They should only think that it is not a story of Northeastern, but it is a story of youth or adolescents becoming youth, and then how do they actually establish their own identities confidently. I think that will also work.
I just have one question. Okay. Which is to Sana. How effective has this, I don't know if you have mentioned it, I couldn't go through the slides properly. How effective has this project been for collective healing of children in the communities that the project is working on?
My research was supposed to be intense ethnographic work, but to admit it, the ethnography part could not be completed during this short period of the notification. But it assisted at least a group of children who are there in the children homes. in one way, you know. Yeah, so once the story I came across was that, you see, children were becoming expressive, and this was very important for me to note. They were giving children dolls to play with. So then one of the girl child wanted a Barbie doll, and then they could not give her that, but they brought her a locally embroidered or made doll. So these are ways in which it affects the children in one way. But I admit that a very intense ethnographic work is yet to be conducted to fulfill the objective of this question.
Another question: how many houses, CCIs have you worked with, done the data? The child care homes you're saying, right? That this project is going on. How many homes this has?
No, I'm concentrating on the project and their outcomes mostly on visual narratives.
So I'm asking the project that is being done with children. Who are this group of children?
Oh yeah, they go everywhere where there are children. No specific. So relief camps, children homes, community. Yes, community.
University of Hyderabad. So I would like to call chairperson and the presenters to enter to the dais. Now I would like to request Chairperson Dr. Samir Talati to kindly proceed.
Good afternoon to everyone. So we are back after a good meal, and this may not be the right time to keep awake. I know that's a challenge, and yet we have something exciting coming up in this session. This will be somewhat a culmination of what we have been reflecting over the last couple of days. So this session, the last technical session of our 2 days national seminar, is rehabilitation and reintegration, peace efforts and peace education policies. So we have been reflecting here in this last couple of days about the different challenges that the children in conflict situations face, especially the issues of displacement, their orphanhood, and various other challenges that they face. In this now, after having reflected on several things, now we are just moving towards certain measures that can be taken, adopted, in order to remedy the whole situation, especially giving prominence to children in conflict. And in this session will be giving us certain ideas about how state institutions, legal frameworks, and civil society can adopt certain policies and practices that can lead us to deal with conflict situation in such a way that children's needs and their cares are taken care of. So in this we have several measures will be suggested. One of them is a peace education and the role of the civil society and so on. And for this we have 3 important speakers for this session. The first we have Dr. Josephine Anthony. She is an assistant professor at the Center for Equity and Justice for Children and Families at the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, TIS, in Mumbai. So Dr. Josephine's paper is titled Rehabilitation and Reintegration, Peace Efforts and Peace Education Policies. Dr. Josephine is assistant professor and chairman of the Center for Equity and Justice for Children and Families. Since 2018, Josephine has been leading a field action project she established as a socio-cycle intervention for children in child care institutions in Hyderabad under the Department of Juvenile Welfare, Co-Correctional Services and Welfare of Street Children, Government of Telangana. Currently, the project is known as Apyayata Affection, providing comprehensive rehabilitation of children in CCIs and engaging with CCI staff and JJ system. Dr. Josephine has been involved in developing e-social work and engaging with the area of child protection in the digital era. She has undertaken notable research projects funded by government, UN organizations and CSR and published in reputed journals. She was a recipient of Linnaeus Palm Fellowship, University of Gavle in Sweden. Before joining TIS, Dr. Josephine worked as a practitioner and a researcher for about a decade in Tamil Nadu and as an autism therapist in the USA for about 3 years. Her doctoral thesis is on the digital divide and equity in school education from IIT Madras. So I have the pleasure to invite Dr. Josephine Anthony to deliver her address.
Very good English profile. I thought it was short, but it was, and you had to listen to it twice. I think you could have, yeah. Okay, so sorry, there is a, see within the title I have taken one part of the rehabilitation, reintegration part, which is directly connected to my work with the children in the institutions, government institutions in Telangana, which I've been doing in the last almost 7-8 years. So one of my interests is also to see how do we make the systems accountable in ensuring children's interventions for children, right? Often the qualitative work that, or the quality work that is to be done with children, engaging with children, talking to the child, all of that has been taken for granted. So I thought it would be a good idea for us to put it in black and white, which I'm doing with the government staff. So there, and so I thought it's an effort to do that and understand its value in the context of conflict zone, right? Okay, so I'm going to really rush. I have about 25 slides, so I'll rush. Okay, so I will tell you what my key idea is, and then I'm going to basically talk to you about 3 aspects. The first part is establishing or contextualizing the vulnerability that I'm talking about of children, the multi-layered vulnerability of children in conflict zones. Then the matrix for vulnerability assessment as well as for intervention focus. Then the last one is combining these two into a rehabilitation framework. Okay. So my central theme is that here children growing up in conflict zones experience disrupted childhoods. So I use the word disrupted because it is not fragmented, it is not lost, it is disrupted, it is broken, and there is scope for rehabilitation, right? And so here I am trying to give a structured approach for vulnerability assessment. When I say structured, it is limited because it is also about quantifying, but I want to try to put a sort of a way to put all that we know of the difficulties children experience into a framework, so that one is not going to miss out. When you see 5 different difficulties of a child, you try to give importance to one and then probably attend to, then leave out other 3. But when it is going to be in a structured form, you cannot miss out.
So it is also the multi-layered vulnerability and multi-layered or multi-level intervention. The complexities of children living in the conflict zones are such that we need to iterate each and every one of them in order, right? So the strengths, I would say, or the implications of such an approach will be to, number one, to visualize the magnitude of the problem, because numbers are not so much in our plate. So we want to know each and every child. Is it listed? Each and every child has gone through each and every aspect of the intervention. So it is like, you know, connected, and so we are trying to make sure the system will be accountable, number one. We will be able to track, we will be able to also use the wealth of technological resources, right? We use tracking and surveillance for many things. Let's use this for this purpose, right? And of course, the whole thing is child rights based. Psychosocial well-being and quality of life of children is the focus. So the methods used is, it's a conceptual and analytical one, and it is about arriving at a framework. I have used literature, academic and media evidences. I have been collecting NGO reports as well. Limitations, there is no field level engagement at this point, only simulations kind of aspect are there for us to build the understanding. I have also gathered some understanding from my students' field work. Okay, it requires, and the whole thing is the limitations also that it requires complementing insights from qualitative aspect, because this is all about just getting whether 1, 2, 3 things are done or not. As I said, childhood is understood as disrupted. I will not go into everything, okay? So I have highlighted some points, you can just very quickly glance through it. And so it's about direct violence, children as witness of violence. They are recruited, coerced, and used by armed groups. There is forced migration and displacement, and these children constitute as victims, witnesses, and at times unwilling participants in conflict, facing multiple intersecting vulnerabilities that compromise their physical safety, psychosocial well-being, and developmental outcomes. Okay, so I have tried to put that in one figure. So when we say the disrupted childhoods can be understood from their 3 aspects. First of all, the adverse experiences, adverse childhood trauma, adverse childhood experiences, which also has the trauma, psychosocial risks. So here they are survivors, witness of atrocity, exploited by armed groups, displaced or uprooted. When I also try to see that from the UN framework of 6 grave violations. I think Prasoon last mentioned about this framework. So the reality or the definition of the child in a conflict zone is such that all children in the Northeast context go through all 6 grave violations, maybe in a little different way, maybe in a little less intensified way. However, they do have that experience, and that's why I have sort of juxtaposed the 6 violations, grave violations given by the UN. So, sorry. I'm sorry, I think it's too sensitive and it's telling me it's time. Okay, so rape and other forms of sexual violence, killing and maiming of children, abduction of children, recruitment and use of children, attacks on schools and hospitals, denial of humanitarian access. Very evident when in the case of Manipur, where children were not even provided with food on time in the amount they require. The quantity also was not sufficient. Why I say that this childhoods are disrupted, because based on this evidence. So what I have done is I have looked at the conflicts that have happened in the last 10 years. So it's a frame of reference, but it is not to do with the current disposition, but I thought decade-old conflicts will give an idea or help me to do the framework. It's also because in the last 10 years, we are also talking more closely about child's psychological emotional health. You know that is also magnified after COVID. Everyone is talking about emotional and psychological health, right? We are just not talking about rehabilitation of custodial care, but we want to understand that the child will be able to have a space to express, to speak, right? All of that is very important, and that's also my interest. I'm not going to go into it, so I can share this information later if you need. So what I have done is what is happening in Manipur now, Bodo Muslim conflict, Assam, Bru Riang displacement, Mizoram, Tripura, 20 to 22, NSCN militancy and interfactional clashes in Nagaland, and then Assam, Mizoram clash, insurgency and army operations, Rohingya migration impact, Tripura, internal displacements from development-linked conflicts, Assam, Meghalaya. In fact, I thought I'll stop at the last one where, for this topic, where I found very interesting work done by NESRC, especially by Dr. Walter, where I thought I will quote this because each and every reference, I have given a number of reference talking about disrupted childhoods of childhoods in this conflict zone during this period, right? And so you can see references like this in Northeast India. Internal displacement is not only driven by ethnic conflict but also by development-linked projects such as dams, mining, land acquisition. Studies have documented, so it's just not one study. One study is quoting many other studies which have documented the impacts of projects like the Kuha and Tipaimuk dams in Manipur, oil exploration in Assam, and hydro projects in Arunachal, Meghalaya, which uprooted families, disrupted schooling, and exacerbated child vulnerabilities, right? So such kind of evidences are abundant to say child life is into broken pieces, which requires number of, so it is a multi-layered intersectional vulnerability. It's just not different aspects, but it is also intersectional. So what are the intersectionalities or understanding I have brought it here? I have brought three aspects. One is first part, age and developmental stage of the child, which is extremely important in the case of understanding child vulnerabilities, because a child is vulnerable due to the sheer aspect of his age. Age, under 18, you are dependent, you are vulnerable because of, age put you into, and you're in your growing phase of your life, right? And so it has got its own repercussions in terms of presenting yourself or building resilience of self. And so age and development stages, my first intersectionality, gender, just can't miss out, right? It's a patriarchal society, though we have in some tribal communities, there is a, good acceptance of women. It is not, a space that celebrates women. It is absolutely patriarchal in every form. And of course, this we cannot miss out, ethnicity and minority status. So I have actually brought 10 aspects which talks about the vulnerabilities, the multi-layer vulnerabilities: physical, health and nutritional, psychosocial, mental health, educational, protection vulnerability, family and caregiver, economic vulnerability, shelter and environmental vulnerability, legal and identity vulnerability, social and cultural vulnerability. I'm not going to go into the details, but I think I just want to give you an idea of how I have approached the issue. So the problem is that the child is vulnerable and the child experiences vulnerability at 10 different levels. When I put a psychosocial lens, how do I approach it? That is what the study is about, the paper is about, right? So this 10 vulnerabilities are also to be understood in 3 different layers. As a girl, how do you experience? As a child, child of 5 years, how do you experience? As a 13-year-old, how do you experience? Right? And as a person with a particular ethnicity or ethnic identity, how do you experience? Right? So this is very, very important to understand the complexities involved in child vulnerabilities in this situation. So for this, how do we go about reaching out to children? So we have to have an intervention focus on all the 10 grounds. I am looking at their issues from psychosocial risks. Okay, psychosocial risks in conflict zones. So for physical, if you take, you can see injuries from arson, crossfire, untreated disabilities, exposure to landmines, and it can go to any level, physical, because uprooted, first of all, no place to stay, right from there to, the way you are harmed, physically harmed, and how you are trying to find a safe space, all of that comes there. And then health and nutrition, right? Malnutrition, we see a lot of, even now we get a lot of WhatsApp videos talking about children in Manipur not having access to food. Adequate food, have food but adequate food. Psychosocial and mental health, which has been ignored, or not ignored, I would say it is overlooked, because not only because it is not understood, but it's also because the kind of resources it requires. You need professionals to interact with children where you have trained people, right? And it is a very, very resource intensive, come on. And so no one wants to go there. Let's see, like you give them food, you give them place, right? You put them in a camp bus. You don't attend the child with a person who can talk to the child, right? Okay, education, we have discussed enough. And protection, right? So protection, under protection, I'm looking at, a recruitment of children, trafficking, gender-based violence, unaccompanied minors, stigma of a child saying that you are so-and-so child, your militant's child, right? So then family and caregiver. Caregiver's burden is so a lot, right? It's 5 minutes. Okay, then I'll just go to the topics. Give me 2 minutes. Economic, shelter and wash, legal and identity, social and cultural, domains. So all the 10 areas where I have identified vulnerabilities, I am also saying these are the ways we need to address, right? That's the approach. So you can add the one more level of intervention. When it comes to the question of intervention, it is also about what you have to do today, now. Food is something that you need to attend immediately, right? Sexual harassment a child is experiencing, you have to take the child immediately. So there has to be 3 levels of approaching to intervention, where you have to have immediate, short-term, long-term intervention. A child, for example, displaced relief camp, moved to she's displaced, and so physically also. So now she is in a relief camp. Now she has to be moved to a safe space. She is to be given food, water. Then she has to be enrolled in the temporary shelter camp. Then, she can attend some group art therapy, family supported with a cash grant or some benefit. And then the whole long term will be getting her formal education, organized, and getting her, identity through the card or whatever, right? The ID card, Aadhaar or whatever. Because statelessness is going to make you invisible in a very, very, very structured way. And this is my last slide, where whatever I have said, I have put together as a rehabilitation framework. So all the 10 aspects, all the domains of assessment, which are also the intervention focus, to be looked at from the angle of age, development stage, or gender, ethnic minority status, have to be first understood, engaged with, and then to be approached with intervention. It's also the paper also goes into talking about stakeholders who are involved. So they are involved right from families, communities, civil society, and state. And state is the mandatory body to ensure that systems are developed, and other complementing or supplementing bodies to be supported. Even if the family, how are you going to support it, right? So I have some questions which we can take it up. In fact, I tried to do a tool, and it was making my paper bulky. So I thought I will give an idea, and I hope I have sort of conveyed my theme to you through this paper. Thank you.
Intersectional vulnerabilities are implicated in the disrupted childhood, and you have also suggested a structured approach for vulnerability assessment and interventions. So we'll have time for questions at the end of all the three presentations. So next I would like to invite Mr. Joyba C. Sangtam. Mr. Joyba is the title of his paper is Peace in Action, Youth-Led Movement for Conflict Resolution and Social Harmony. Mr. Joyba is a social worker dedicated to empowering communities. His academic journey began with a master's degree in social work from NEISSR in Dimapur, specialized in community development, and a degree in sociology from St. Joseph's College, Jacama. He is currently the animator at Peace Channel. He attended EGI National Leadership Seminar and International Conference at NEISSR. So I would like to invite Mr. Joyba.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here, and most respected Chairperson, my fellow panelists, and to all the academicians here. So, to be honest, from the first time I see this whole session, I was really nervous because I'm just a fresh student. I completed my MSW just a few months ago, and I have to present a paper in front of such great personalities. So it was such a nervous moment for me the moment I see the program. But then again, I thought that, okay, this is an opportunity for me. So I take this as a blessing in disguise. And then this paper, Peace in Action, Youth-Led Movement for Conflict Resolution and Social Harmony, it was just started last month. So it's not a research paper presentation, but it's kind of a proposal presentation. So I would like to request each one of you present here to give your valuable feedbacks and suggestions so that I can incorporate with my work and make it a successful one. So that's a request to each and every one of you. So conflict and disharmony are recurring challenges across the world, and these challenges comes with intertribal or political disharmony, so many things like the previous presenters which highlights yesterday about so many problems, like because of intertribal, inter-ethnic groups where this kind of problems brings out conflict. So in this chapter we will be I'll be talking on how youth can be as an agent to promote peace, how youth actions can be empowered. So this is a special relevance to Peace Channel activity that is with Peace Club. So in Peace Channel we have more than 70 peace clubs actively working in different areas of schools in Nagaland. So I'll be bringing out certain success stories as well as the challenges they face in order to relate to the topic. So the role of peace clubs. So peace clubs provide safe space for children and youth, where we see that from these peace clubs, different students, they come together and they just make each student feel comfortable by learning different things together. And in order to make them comfortable, different peace club, different activities are carried out, like peace games, where in this kind of peace games, we don't look for winners. It is a win-win game where both the parties feel equally okay in different situations. And also storytellings and discussions are carried out. It also helps them overcome bullying as well as peer pressure and also stress. And also it promotes kindness, resilience, as well as teamwork. Youth and mental health advocacy. So youth are the ones which, when we look today in today's society, many youth leaders as well as many activists, they are actively working on this mental health advocacy. So if these youths are empowered and if they are supported, they can really help the people who are really in distress from conflict. So this is the main thing. And these youth, they actively engage in such activities by doing social media campaigns as well as promoting different kinds of things that makes them included, those people suffering from mental health. So youth are the ones who are actively working to promote such things to those people who are suffering. And also youth also advocates policy linking to mental health. Addressing root causes. So youth, they are the one who first face all kinds of problems, for instance, unemployment. So if they are not employed, they are mentally disturbed, and so conflict arises. So in order to tackle such problems, they also advocate for employment to their fellow friends as well as for themselves. So that's one thing. And also cultural misunderstanding. So like I have mentioned earlier, the main thing that is, yes, starting from yesterday, many presenters have presented different topics, and in their topics, most of the topics we identified that it's either between the different clans or different regions, tribals. So those things are there. So those are the main reasons. So here, addressing cultural misunderstanding, bringing them together so that such kinds of conflict can be avoided, and also to build sustainable peace beyond conflict resolution. So here, what I mean to say is that many a times there are certain peace resolutions which are not sustainable. For example, like I can bring one basic example, like that is among the Naga army and the Indian army, a ceasefire. Those things are not a sustainable peace. It's not for long run. If once the ceasefire is removed, there can be any kinds of problem. So those things are not sustainable. But in order to avoid that, man-root problems can be checked, and the moment we look for resolutions, sustainable peace should be adopted. So strategies of youth movement, fostering intercultural understanding. Like I've mentioned earlier, understanding one another is one important thing, and create dialogue space and advocate for non-violent solutions. Use grassroots solidarity, volunteerism, and digital platforms, and social media increases youth voices for justice and equality. So here are some of the case examples of youth initiative for peace and development. So let me just highlight some of the examples where youth initiatives have resolved some conflicts. So the first one I would like to highlight is in one institution in Nagaland where the management and the students, they have a conflict over some issues in scholarship. So Peace Channel, along with the peace clubs, they resolve this conflict between these two parties. And also in one place where it's just between the students, they have this problem. We can say that those are very silly reasons, but then those are the one which sparks so many conflicts. So bullying in school. So that one, their peace club resolved the conflict. And also one case example is where in one area there was a new, it's an old place, but then there was again a new settler. So there was a conflict that arose between the new settlers as well as the old settlers. So there, these activities, this peace club initiated and solved this conflict. So this is one, and also this just happened this year. It is in Nagaland, the Combined Technical Associations of Nagaland and Nagaland Net Qualified Forum, where in these areas where 147 regularization of assistant professor posts was, the notification was given by the Nagaland government, which was not fair for those eligible candidates who were looking for jobs. So this association, these are the youths, they came together and then they resolved the conflict. And also, we can also see the recent incident, that is the Gen Z movement in Nepal. Of course, we can see that there are also so many drawbacks we have seen. But then on the other side, they also, in some areas, they brought some positive changes. So if guided properly, youths can go farther because they have the best knowledge to resolve such conflicts. So these are some of the success stories of peace clubs. So locality peace club members shared on how having peace within herself creates a peaceful environment. And also Mr. Obam shared that Peace Channel and Peace Club brings together local leaders and different organizations to create a collaborative and supportive environment for those in need. And Mr. Kikon, a Peace Club coordinator, shared enriching experience where profoundly impacted his perspective on life and role in creating a more harmonious society, mentioning certain activities such as organizing programs on mindfulness, meditations, and non-violence communication. So here are the challenges for youth movement. So lack of institutional support. We see that youth-led movement that brings positive changes. They are bringing so many positive changes, but there is this lack of institutional support, which is holding them back to initiate for bringing peace. So that is one thing, and then limited funding. In order to carry out certain kinds of activities, funding should be supported so that they can go for long run, because once funding is limited, the actions that they try to take will not be sustainable and it can fall apart in any time. So that is one challenge. And generational mistrust. This is one very important thing where the parents, they don't usually support their children initiating for such activities where they think that their children are not capable. Their children are not capable to resolve conflicts. So in those situations, it also holds them back. So that is one another challenges. And political exploitation. So here, political exploitation, I mean to say that when youths, they are very powerful, they can bring so many changes, but there are many times political parties or leaders, they drive these young minds into wrong direction. So these things should be looked into it so that they will be taken into the right direction. So in conclusion, I would like to mention that youth-led movements are essential partners in peace building, as they empower youth with leadership, peace education, and policies. Also, government, civil societies, and organizations must embrace on such activities, and young voices build peaceful and cohesive communities. So this will be the end of my presentation. Like I have mentioned earlier, this is my first time presenting, and there will be so many loopholes, I know. So I would like to request all the academicians here to kindly give me suggestions so that I can take it and happily include it in my work so that it will be a very successful one. Thank you so much.
If there are any. So thank you, and Mr. Joyba has brought to our attention the role of youth as agents of peace, innovation, and transformation, and especially highlighted the role of peace clubs in the peace movements and there he also talked about different root causes and different strategies of youth movement. So these are the practical ways how we can go about in bringing about peace and especially involving the youth in these movements. Thank you very much. And we have the last presenter of our 2-day seminar, this technical session, Miss Ladriapui. Sorry if I am mispronouncing your name. Ladriapui. Yes. So Miss has Miss is going to present a paper on survival in turmoil, narratives of children in Mizo, Rambuai, and impacts on socio-cultural anatomy and peacemaking. Ms. Ladriapui is a PhD scholar at Center for Comprehensive Literature, University of Hyderabad. She completed her Master of Arts degree in comparative literature from the same center and university. She is from Mizoram. Her areas of interest include memory studies, Rambuai studies, translation studies, and cultural studies. She is currently engaged in recording of oral narratives of children during the Mizo struggle for independence from 1966 to 1986. So I would like to invite Ms. to present her paper.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please just call me HP for your ease and my comfort, like HP, like this laptop, or the petrol company, whichever you prefer. So just call me HP. So today I will be presenting on the topic Survival in Turmoil, Narratives of Children in Rambuai and Impacts on Socio-Cultural Anatomy and Peacekeeping. So my presentation today is based on thematic analysis of 24 interviews that I conducted as part of my PhD thesis. And these were people born from mainly 1950 to 1955 who were children during the time of Mizo War of Independence. So being the last presenter of this seminar, I would like to take the liberty of relying on the statistics that have been presented and the context of children in conflict that have been presented in the previous days and today as well, because they've been done very well and they did better than I could have prepared. So yeah, these are like the basic context of children in conflict, 473 million children in conflict zones, and how children are the most vulnerable yet active/passive agents in conflict. So I'll just skim over this. So to give a context of the research that I am doing, it is situated in the Mizo movement for independence. So the Mizo National Front was a armed group that arose as a result of the 1959 famine. So Mizoram, we were a district under the Assam government, and the 1959 Mautam famine, there was a lot of discontent and a lot of anger towards the government because they felt that there was a stepsisterly treatment from the Assam government. So the Mizo National Front initially began as the Mizo National Famine Front, and then later turned into the Mizo National Front, and with its winged army, the Mizo National Army, and they began their movement in 1966, and 1966 to 1970 were the most volatile years of the struggle for independence, and mostly the areas where my research is situated in as well. So these experiences of children that I'm bringing today and analyzing today are mainly events that happened in 1966 to 1970, where cities were bombed, and yesterday Dr. Henry mentioned Kokhom, grouping of villages. So, that's essentially like all small villages were brought together and put into one grouping center so that they could be surveilled and, so that civilians will not be able to help the insurgents. So this is the backdrop of the research that I'm conducting. So just to mention the role of children as agents, victims, and survivors. So I don't really like to use the term victims. More so, I like to use the term survivors. So children as active participants. So in the context of Mizo conflict, the children, they were used. So as I mentioned, in the grouping of villages, many villages were clubbed together into one protective village. So what would happen is that adults would have their ID cards. So to go to their fields or to the agricultural places to get their work done, they needed to procure their identity cards to the soldiers, the Indian army, so that they could leave encampment. So the thing is that children did not have these identity cards. So what would happen was the insurgents would make use of this non-existence of the identity cards to bring food to them, and as well as to carry important letters to other people posted in other stations of the insurgency. So essentially, for a hot minute, you could say that children were single-handedly, carrying the torch of this insurgent movement in ways that they might not have understood how important it was. And aside from that, in this grouping of villages, after a year, food and utilities ran out. So there was a lot of famine and hunger that happened in these encampments. And what would happen was children would go around to different other villages, walking for 15, 20 kilometers, just collecting food and utilities from other places, and then bringing it back to the places where they were situated. And these are just a few of the many important roles, and I've collected a lot of data, and it's very hard to fit into a 15-minute presentation, but I'm just skimming through all the important ones. And another thing I would like to point out was that there was no forced recruitment of children in the case of Mizoram. No one was forced to participate, but however, this is where I would like to bring the gender role in Mizoram context. So though there was no forced participation, boys were very much pressured to join, in the sense that it was peer pressure that was forcing them to join, So looking at this through the lens of masculinity studies, if you were a boy at that time, if you were a young boy at that time and you didn't join the fight for independence of your nation, you were considered like a coward, or that, you were not as brave. So because of this lens and this ongoing vernacular nationalism that was inherent in community at that time, these young boys, even though there was no forced joining, they were kind of peer pressured into joining the movement. And that is the aspect of the male side of the gender role in this situation. And as for girls, they were considered like domestic caretakers. So in a lot of the people that I interviewed, they mentioned how they had to quit school because they had to take care of their younger siblings. So especially for people who are like older among their siblings, they had to take care of their younger siblings. So one person that I interviewed was actually my best friend's grandmother. She had to quit school at class 4 because she had to take care of her family, because her parents had to go work in the fields and her father was not available, so she was now the primary caretaker of the family. So because of the insurgency, many families, they were broken up, many fathers went to fight for independence, and because of this, family structure became broken, and girls were forced to become primary caregivers in their homes. And even for boys, they became, primary breadwinners for the family as well. For my maternal grandfather as well, he had to quit school because he had to take care of his other siblings, and only my grand uncle, who was the youngest, was able to study on because he was the only one that they could finance. So all the other people, they had to work. So, and with this research, what I'm mainly trying to do is I want to bring counter memory. This is a concept by Saunders and Agee, wherein, there are a lot of already existing narratives and documentations, whereas children are a very neglected lacuna in research. So by bringing forth this counter memory, I want to bring into question the experience of children and how they are very important to the movement, and how, these people are now in their 70s, in their 80s. So they were leaders and, policymakers for the longest time. So how their ideas and how their experiences during the conflict have come to shape Mizo society and culture as we know it. So the main imprints of the conflicts on their childhood was that their education was disrupted. This is, very obvious. So they lost a lot of years to academics, to the insurgency, and I term these people as generation of regret. So because I'm saying this because this was their very subjective opinion. What they stated most of the participants, what they stated was that had the insurgency and the war for independence not happened, I would have been able to study higher, I would have been able to go higher, and hence my family status and my status would have been better, as well as collective society as a whole. So they not subjective grief, but not subjective regret, but perpetuated regret. So I termed them as a generation of regret, but at the same time, I would also like to mention that they are a generation of resilience because they've overcome so much and they've lived through so much. And then another point of the imprint of childhood, from my analysis, is the identity. Their identity was very strongly shaped. So identity is shaped by how we define it as how we define ourselves with the other, right? What we are is what the other is not. What we are not is what the other is, right? So in that sense, Mizo, we like to term the rest of India as Vai. So as Sir Henry mentioned yesterday, Vai comes from the term Vai. So how their identity was very much shaped because for most of them, their first interaction with the rest of India was through these Indian soldiers, right? Who were very, who were very violent to them, who were very mean to them. So because of that, they come to identify themselves as someone who is not Vai, who is not the other, right? So because of this, their vernacular nationalism, their Mizo-ness became very, apparent and very, it came to the surface because they defined themselves as what the other is not. So you can say that this generation also had their identity very much shaped at this time, and then they also had a lot of trauma. So belated manifestations. Karut 2016, Kathy Karut, she's been mentioned here as well. So one thing I would like to mention is, trauma has its manifestations even later stages. So one of my interviewees also, he mentioned that, every time he sees the color army green, he still has a lot of fear in his heart. So, or every time he sees army people, even though he was a college lecturer at that time, after a while in the 80s, he was very scared when he traveled around because these people had instilled a lot of fear in them. So this belatedness of trauma still lives with them even today. And but one thing that I would like to mention is the role of faith in their coping. So all the people that I've mentioned, they have trauma in some sense and in some form or the other. But Mizo identity is so intertwined with our Christian identity. As you can see with Joy Patwal's book, Being Mizo, I don't know if you've read that, but Christian identity is very intertwined with our Mizo identity. So being a very Christian and church-centric community, all the people that I've interviewed, all of them, all 24 of them, they mentioned how their religious beliefs and how their Christianity has helped them cope and how they have minimized their psychological trauma because they were able to pray. So for instance, there was a 13-year-old girl who mentioned, at that time she was so scared and there was bombings and her family fled to a sugarcane field. So she was praying fervently because she just wanted to go home and she just wanted it for it to end. So what she mentioned was that was the only resort that she could think of. That was the only solace that she got at that time. So church was also facilitating peace between India and the insurgents as well. So because of that, all the community placed a lot of faith in the church and in Christianity as well. So here is where I bring Kenneth Pargament's positive religious coping. So this is basically when people, especially children in this case, have used stressful situations and traumatic situations to cope and to use a religious lens as a means to cope, like how to make sense of why this happened and how this has happened. So one of my main overarching findings was that faith played a very important role in the rehabilitation and in the reintegration of these children. So the shifts in socio-cultural landscape, which is my main finding, was first I would like to mention communicative memory by John Assman, as well as post memory by Marian Hirsch. So in communicative memory, we mean, like your parents tell you things they hate, so you come to hate that as well. Or your parents tell you things that they like, so you come to like it as well. So in communicative memory, that I mentioned before that all these Mizo people, they had a dislike for Vai people that I mentioned, right? The rest of India, Indian army and all these people. So this communicative memory, because they heard stories like that so much from their family and from their relatives and from their grandparents, from their parents, this communicative memory served as a post memory for all these people. So by post memory, we mean, the memories that you gained that you didn't live through yourself, but because of communicative memory, you've come to adopt these memories because you've heard about it so much. These things can be very much found in partition in Holocaust studies as well. So this post-memory kind of transmitted the trauma/identity in the generation of today's Mizo youth. Like my generation as well, because we have a certain dislike for a lot of people who are in rest of India because we heard so many things of soldiers being mean, bombings, rape cases, and a lot of atrocities. So one other thing in the context of children was the loss of ponto. So ponto is a traditional play culture in Mizo society, and it is where children gather every evening to play indigenous games together. So because curfew went on for 20 years, right, 1966 to 86, because of curfews, usually which happened around 5 p.m., there was a loss of this play culture. So after 20 years, and children had not been practicing that anymore, this culture of ponto that we had in Mizo society, it was gone as a result of insurgency. So another thing was the rise of pacifist morality and desire for peace. So because the insurgency went on for 20 years and people were so tired of living in conflict zones, they developed this sense of, whatever the cost may be, just let us have our peace. This kind of attitude came. So Mizo people, we became very, not passive isn't the right word, but for lack of a better term, we became more passive, we became more pacifistic, I would say. So we got tired of conflict, we got tired of atrocities, so now we just want peace. So this is the kind of thing that we have developed and we have come to, adopt as well in our culture and in our society as well. Because even though there's a lot of hatred, people would just rather forgive because they got so tired of the conflict. So rehabilitation and reintegration, I would like to brush up a little bit because just for the sake of this technical session, there was no provision for children, especially in the subjects that I was dealing with. There was no special provisions for them. Nothing was had on their part for them to reintegrate and to rehabilitate back into society. And they had limited educational concessions. Like the maximum concession they had was that they were allowed to sit in exams without attending classes. That was the that was the limit of it. So they mainly relied on church and community for for their resilience. So here is where I bring in resilience theory by Maston. So basically this means that they were able to be resistant and to be resilient because of basic support and community that they have. So essentially they're just saving themselves and saving each other. So I think I have like a minute. So how much time do I have? Okay, so I'll wrap it up. So intergenerational transmission, why I think it's very important what I'm doing is because, I would like to stress on the last point, prevention of organized amnesia. So we live in a very polar world where, state is at the risk of controlling narratives, and especially with Mizo people, we are not very visible in the mainstream eye. So, this sense of organized amnesia wherein state, even the Mizo state, I would say, they control the narratives according to what they want us to believe. So for them to have power and for them to have that agency, there's a lot of organized amnesia. So by bringing forth this idea, narratives and, narratives from different parts of demographics, we are essentially creating this counter memory to combat this organized amnesia that can happen. So that is why intergenerational transmission and record of oral history is very important. And from the people that I interviewed, these are just a few of the, so I'm no policymaker, I don't know the implementations, but some things that from their experiences that we can highlight is that reintegration efforts for displaced children is very important and that they need a lot of psychological care and help. So just because they are resilient and they can manage does not mean that they should, and there should be no lapse in education and there should be access to economic opportunities. And yeah, so that's 15 minutes I guess. So anything that we can discuss, I think we can do later on. I'm speeding through everything. Thank you for your time.
Of Mizo nationalist movement for about 20 years, 2 decades. And that you said that this was a generation of regret because of lost childhood, the whole childhood, and you narrated how all that games and all those things were disrupted. So yeah, that was a very good presentation. So now we have about a little time, 5 minutes or a little more. So we'll have time to clarify certain points. Before that, just briefly, I would like to also put my point of view. Here in this session, now we have basically reflected on how these children who are now, whose childhoods are disrupted, how now what measures can be taken. And Dr. Josephine talked about the multi-layered vulnerabilities. And then we had the role of civil society, peace clubs and youth movements. And also we had Ms. HP highlighting the role of intergenerational transmission of memory and experiences. So these are the different levels, different steps can be taken, especially state institutions can step in in order to remedy the whole situation, especially bring the children into focus. You also have the legal frameworks, how certain legal measures can be taken, and the civil society, what civil society can do at different levels, including the education system, how that can incorporate these different aspects concerning children, especially who are victims to an extent of these conflict situations. I would like to bring in one point what we have been hearing since yesterday. The children are not merely victims of violence and conflict. They have agency. So I would like to pose a question to Dr. Josephine. How can we integrate children agency into the multi-layered approach that you are suggesting, so that it does not remain only the top-down approach, but this very agency of children is also utilized in this. So I begin with that, and then we will take some questions.
Yes, child's participation, child's right to participation is something that we've been talking about, and it is extremely important that the child is involved in decisions made in decisions of matters that concerns them. But how do we do? So I would say that at this point we have come to the level of at least engaging with the idea of psychosocial well-being. So we talk about Mission Vatsalya, which is, Vatsalya is what? This psychological, that emotional, the love, warmth, all of that. That's why my project also is Apyayata, right? Affection. At least we have come to this level. I think it is a higher level of engagement at the state or policy level, because it requires one, believing in the child, giving or creating space for the child, and it is extremely resource intensive. So we are, I won't say that we are there. We are doing several models are there, but it is not institutionalized. It is important. So in the layers that I had mentioned, or the levels of intervention that I have mentioned, it is, I have given in one or two places where children can be involved in, say, child committees, So children's committees, that will be something where the ideas will be child-led. It is possible. He was talking about youth-led peace building work. So like that, child-led work can also be done. But it definitely requires a lot more work.
We can take 3 questions at a time. Yes.
So my question is to Ms. Lalshetpui. Firstly, I want to add something to the discussion that you made. That if I'm not wrong, this is the first time Indian state was using air power against its own people. And my question to you is, you used the term insurgency while you were discussing. So I wanted to know, to what extent is it appropriate to designate the Mizo independence movement as an insurgency, as given the term carries both legal, military and political connotations, and how alternative terms can better justify its nature, and what did the people you interviewed, how did the people you interviewed articulate this movement as? Thank you.
I also have one question to her. So my question is to Lashpur. So you talk about the Christian faith, which is important, and I understand. I was also thinking, what about in the context of Mizo? What about a sense of community, the community sharing? Because this is very prominent among the Nagas. Even now, people share, not in terms of the way we discuss now, but if you go to the village, we see there's still elders who occasionally share. So it's a way of healing as well. So in that case, if you can share. And another one to Joiba, I think which I want to relate with what our earlier Pegu has shared. So The one you mentioned about the recent protest by sit-in and NNQ, I think this is one of the first protests in Nagaland that is shifting, in the sense that the way protests are being done earlier is shifting to another of more of a dialogue, in the sense that, so there's no blame game in the earlier way because earlier context was different, but then here we are looking at how not just at the direct response, but at people dealing with the theoretical, the abstract notion of what does inequality or equality does mean to the Naga society. So we have, I think, we are shifting to a kind of different dialogue in this case, which is, I find it as a positive response. So that is the thing.
One more question. My question is also to Zoibam. You mentioned that you have situated the youth as peace builders, but when we see that most of the events which take place around the world, it's headed by the youth, and it also disrupts the peace. For example, the Bangladesh protest last year, it was a big event which disrupted the peace in the country. Or we have seen in Nepal, which has taken place just a week back. So this contradicts peace builders and peace breakers. So what could you establish from your research has failed to keep this youth from coming into conflict or from disrupting the peace? Because you are saying that the youth is a peace builder, but they are also disrupting the peace. So what is the contradiction and why is there a failure?
We'll begin the answer.
Thank you so much for the question, because this was something that I'd hoped to address. So yes, actually the term insurgency, especially eminent scholars of Rangwai studies, they have advised me against using the term insurgency, because it was actually a struggle for independence, right, from the Indian, to stray away from the Indian nation and to establish ourselves as a nation. So they've actually said, just use the term uprising. But since, especially within the, Northeast discourse of conflict, the term insurgency gets thrown around so easily, and it's so ingrained in our lexicon that even me subconsciously, I tend to use the term insurgency. But actually, even especially within the confines of Mizoram, we want to use the term Rambuai, so which is what I've used in my title as well. So we want to use the term Rambuai, or for non-Mizo speakers, we want to use the term uprising or the struggle for independence. But because, like I said, even me, since it's so ingrained in my lexicon, I tend to use it subconsciously as well. So please consider every word of insurgency I use today as uprising. Thank you so much for bringing that up. And for the second, the alternative terms you mentioned, so that would be uprising or war of independence or struggle for independence. So with Vizo's question, thank you so much. And this is something that is very important, because here I mentioned the Ponto culture as well, right? So this is like community formation for children. So even with adults, we have this term called Titi culture. So basically, Mizos, we are a very close-knit society. So mothers, fathers, we all go door to door. Every night, we go to our neighbor's house, or our neighbors come to our house, and we have this very close-knit society, which is very much rooted in our society as well. So even this month, September, so for a lot of the churches back home, we have this Beirwal. So Beirwal essentially is every night we go together to someone's house, and there are a set of topics that we learn. This is church mandated, and this is the kind of society that we have. So community has been very, very important, and with this, during my fieldwork as well, this was something that I benefited from, because I went to welfare societies, and I wanted to locate one survivor from, let's say, I'm blanking. Let's say I wanted to locate one person from Sertsi, let's say, okay, that's one of the villages that I went to, the cities that I went, towns that I went to. So for every person that I went to, they had someone to refer to, because they've been sharing their experiences, and they've been sharing their trauma, and they've been getting support from each other so much that they could always point me to someone that I could talk to. And because of that, I was able to get, within a day, I got like 4 or 5 people that I could talk to, names instantly. And even within Aizawl, which is the capital city, I went to one person who is from Maite, let's say Maite Kwa. So he looked through his WhatsApp group, and he showed me, people of members of welfare groups that I could connect to. So in this sense, people have been sharing and talking about their traumas and their experiences so much, and you can only assume that they have been strengths for each other throughout this whole thing. So yes, definitely the role of community is very important, and thank you so much for bringing that up.
All right, thank you so much for the question. Like you have mentioned, in many incidents where we can see that youths are there in conflicting areas. But then coming back to what I have mentioned, youth as peace builders. See, I have also mentioned saying that people take advantage of their power. So what I wanted to bring from this research is that if they are guided properly and if they are led in the right directions, they can do a lot. As I have mentioned, they are the one who is really affected with all kinds of things. Like I've mentioned, those young peoples who are affected with employment crisis, so many things. So they are mentally disturbed when those things happen. So from the grassroots level, the main problems will first be identified, and then slowly things can be carried out. And if those things are carried out, I believe that it will be a really impactful thing, because youth leading for peace will be such a wonderful thing and beautiful thing to be seen as, right? Like in many areas now we can see that youth-led movements for peace are very successful. Like I've mentioned, like in recent talks, that where youths from different peace clubs have initiated and brought peace. So if they are guided in the right direction, I believe that so many changes can be taken. Thank you so much for the question.
If there is no any question, then we can conclude this session. Okay, quickly, just one question we'll take briefly.
Sorry, yeah. This is kind of directed to everybody at the panel, and Dr. Samir, you can contribute as well. But I am kind of wondering about this idea. A lot of you talked about people-led movements and youth-led movements and how they actually fight for peace or bring in peace in their own ways, whether that be through an uprising, whether that be through a particular demand. But in terms of research, I'm a bit conflicted about this burden of peace that we put on the people. So, like, really, what are the limits of a non-state movement to bring forth peace, and is this something that we can really expect of, say, like a non-organized groups? Because a lot of these groups, there's no formal membership, right? These are community organizations. I'm very curious, and sometimes, and how do you assess what's a valid demand for peace? So, for example, in the case of Manipur, which is where I'm from, the Maira Pairis, for example, who in the early 2000s were very famous for the Ima movement, and they were very anti-AFSPA, in recent times have become very problematic with their politics, have been stopping aid to cookie displacement camps.
I can shorten the question.
Sorry, so basically what I mean is, what are the limits of a youth-led movement, and to what extent can we put this burden on peace on them? Or a people-led movement, yeah.
Okay, so I think I need a minute to process the question, because my thing for me, the peace-led movement, in a sense, so the Mizo side was the one of the agents in the uprising, right? So by that question, do you mean the role of the civilians and the people in the demand for peace? Yeah. So one thing that is very prominent in this discussion is church was a very important, church was under civil society, right? So church, it played a very important role in the negotiations and manifestations for peace within the Mizo uprising. But also church was very much backed by people demanding peace because they were tired after 20 years, like I mentioned. So there are a lot of agents in insurgency, right? There are state actors, non-state actors, and of course, policy implementations and only at the end of the day, action can only be done from the state side, right? Within the context of concern, that's what I'm talking about. So I think people can definitely push a lot for peace, but to wholly rest, the demand for peace on their shoulders, I think that's very much to ask of people, but nonetheless very important. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Kind of. I think my question was more like theoretical. So I've just opened it to the whole panel and stuff. Like,
Okay, just to say, I'm not going to theorize. I just want to say, it's people who have the power to demand, to secure, to ensure what is necessary for the society. And if the idea of collectivization is enabled in the right sense, I think it should go to any extent. And people-led movement is about transformation. The history, the society has always experienced several instances of what one can experience or what people-led movement can do. I think it's very important. I think we should see where it evolves and why, and contextualize it. And I don't think we should label it as, it's so much they can do and so much they should not do.
Desire for peace basically comes from the people. It's the people who are longing for peace. When they are, especially the situation becomes unbearable, then automatically that longing comes. And at the initial stage, the movement may be faceless, anonymous. It's like we might even call it mob. But in the one stage, after they have crossed initial stages of towards achieving the peace, then even that anonymous movement or faceless movement also needs to have certain structure. Only that, because like what happened in Bangladesh or in Nepal, initially it was just a crowd, but ultimately when things were changed, somebody had to come out in a proper structured way to take this peace ahead. So ultimately, I also believe that yes, certain structure is necessary in the long run. It cannot go on. Yeah. So I think this is the way we conclude with this thing.
Now I would like to invite Ms. Tejaswini and Ms. Pallavi to felicitate Chairperson and the presenters. Ms. Tejaswini will felicitate Dr. Samir Talat. Now I would like to call Dr. Josephine Anthony. Next, please, Joy Basi Samtam. Lastly, Ms. Tejaswini will felicitate Ms. Lalshrit. Global University, Guwahati. Professor Sajal Nag was Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose Distinguished Chair Professor in Social Sciences at Presidency University, Kolkata. He specializes in the history of modern Northeast India. He was a professor of history in Assam University, Silchar. He was also associated with Northeastern Hill University, Ceylon, and Center for Social Studies, Surat. Professor Sajal Nag was also Charles Wallace Fellow in 2008 at Center for South Asian Studies, University of Cambridge, UK. He was also a Commonwealth Fellow at the United Kingdom in 2004 to 2005 and visiting Senior Research Fellow at Queen's University. I would also like to call upon Professor Kedilizo Kiki, Department of Sociology, NEHU. Professor Kedilizo Kiki is professor in the Department of Sociology at Northeastern Hill University and was chair professor of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Chair, Deithor University, sponsored by Dr. Ambedkar Foundation, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India. He was also professor and HOD of Department of Sociology, Deithor University. His area of research interest includes sociology of Northeast India, tribal studies, ethnic movements, sociology of development, marginality and marginalization. Sir, please. Following that, I would also like to invite Dr. Walter Fernandez, the director of NESRC. Also, I would like to invite Ms. Tejaswini Hazarika, the seminar coordinator of this two-day national seminar. Now I would like to invite Dr. Samir Talati and Ms. Pallavi Hajarika for felicitation of the dignitaries. I would like to call Dr. Samir Talati to felicitate Professor Sajan. Next, I would like to call Ms. Pallavi to felicitate Dr. Kedilizo Kiki. Next, I would like to call Dr. Samir Talati to felicitate Dr. Walter Fernandez. Following that, I would like to call upon Ms. Tejaswini Hazarika to give a brief report of today's seminar.
Good evening, everyone. So the session on both the days opened up many new avenues to study, research and dialogue. To submit a short report or a brief report after such long discussions and sessions in 10 minutes will be unfair. So I shall proceed with linking each session to the questions we began with and the papers that came up as answers, while leaving more space for dialogue and better articulation of children growing up in conflict zones and peace efforts focus on the Northeast India. The inaugural session began with a statement by Professor Rakhi Kalita Morel. It was a long time coming, followed by Ms. Ketki Bodley's comment on, a child should have been speaking here. If we are to really embody the meaning of child-centric approaches to peace building. These comments leaves us with the questions we began the seminar with. the dilemmas of children being dragged into adult issues, and how feasible it is to also make them speak for themselves about their pain and push them to find a solution. Keeping this question in mind, I will provide a short description of the papers presented in each of the sessions. The first session was on children in conflict areas, theories and narratives. The three participants of the sessions were Dr. Sangeeta Ranikalita, Leena Pegu, and Tanya Kangimbam. Spoke from three different ideological standpoints. The three papers were rooted in the theories, stories, memories, narratives, and ideological upbringings in both public and private spheres where children and childhoods are rooted. The private and public spheres were households, neighborhoods, schools, and the state physically, while ideologically the experiences were in relation to what different institutes entailed their suffering as being located in conflict zones. The session illuminated the experience of childhood amid violence, and the voices that came through these papers remain as testaments to how serious work around post-memories, ideological apparatus, child rights laws, and theories of violence should be navigated. The three speakers very meticulously embodied the theme of the session. The second session on the role of gender, identity, and social location in conflict, the four presenters, Dr. Soibam, Haripriya, Niharika Saikia, Jana Azad, and Suman Talukdar, discussed in their presentations about policing gender, intersecting vulnerabilities, conflicting identities, and childhood in contested spaces. Each of the papers embodied on the intersecting themes that this session demanded. Discussions varied from inter-ethnic lineages, matrilineages to patriarchy, caste and class, which shaped children's identities. They were discussed keeping in mind the role of conflict in childhood. Intersectionality as a framework was applied to understand gender and social location, while urban geographies piloted the way for a better understanding of the other children or the outsiders in ethnically diverse spaces. The third session of the psychosocial and social special needs of children in conflict, the presenters were Professor Henry Zad Bachwa, Naizalam Hawkett, Christine Basumatari, and New Lanson Samuel. This session started with studying the context of conflict in Northeast India, especially Mizoram, followed by a discussion on the displaced Kuki children from Manipur settling in Shillong, to communal riots in the formation of the BTR, Boland Territorial Region, and the institutionalized children in Manipur from both the Kuki-Zo and Meitei identities. All the presenters discussed the development of trauma, intergenerational trauma, increasing post-traumatic stress disorder, and other mental illnesses in children living in this grim situation. Naizalam points out the role of local bodies such as the Kukis worshipping services, which provided solidarity to the displaced children in providing spiritual relief. She points out the need for a more structured form of restorative care, such as psychological assistance from the tertiary care institutes. Hawkett's recommendations are worth mentioning. She suggests implementing child-centric trauma-informed policies, developing comprehensive mental health programs, especially within faith-based communities, focusing on restorative care, engage with history critically, fostering dialogue and critical thinking to break cycles of intergenerational trauma, ensuring educational continuity through flexible learning and support for re-enrolling displaced children, strengthening state-led rehabilitation, and implements comprehensive policies for internally displaced persons. And here it's children's. While Christine Basumatari points out the policies that are framed around children, which promises a happy future, a dream for a child-friendly BTR, but no steps have been taken to make these policies come true. Further, New Lanson points out what priorities child care institutes and CWCs, child welfare committees, have for children. He provides examples of care institute rescuing children from conflict areas and placing them in identified different Kukizos and Meitei homes. Another example suggested was from inter-ethnic marriages or quote-unquote mixed children, how they suffer the consequences of conflict and how these differences in identities were weaponized against them, causing them grave emotional trauma, a sense of loss, and an uprooted sense of belonging. This study was done in 4 districts in Manipur.
These three papers embodied conflict-ridden childhoods and a requirement for stronger programs to meet the psychosocial and socio-spiritual requirements of children in conflict zones. The fourth session on children in resistance movements and media coverages of children in conflict zone. The three speakers were Dr. Yael Warshel, Dr. Phulmoni and Dr. Bibharani Swargiary. Dr. Yael Warshel unpacked the role of media coverage in conflict zones. Her framing was in emphasizing the term children and media in conflict zones. She used the framework of problematizing conflict media and children to move beyond a conventional framing of conflict, concluding to expand the concept of children beyond subjects or citizens in the making within the making in need of protection and resilience, building to potentially peace building, capable of constructing social changes, expanding the definition of media and communications beyond media contents to include their functional use as tools or artifacts with which adults and children can mediate children's everyday engagement with conflict. Dr. Das presented the paper on resistance movement, the role of Karbi children and women in the role of their resistance in the Karbi the role of Karbi children and the women in their normalized conflicting areas of violence system by setting the context of the role of complex heterogeneous identities in Kaka, Adong, Teolong and Diothi regions in East Khase, Karbi Anglong. Dr. Swargiary used the framework of emotion to ground her analysis of BTR, emotions such as rage and hate that get transformed from one generation to the next. Continuing the cycle of generational PTSD, the session also opened the space for global and local methodologies, they're calling it localized methodologies, for studying on peace and resilience. The fifth session on education concerns during conflict. Bishnu discussed, the participants were Bishnu J. Pegu, Ashpira Banerjee, R.K. Yebrin Sana, and Person Goswami. Bishnu discussed the continued racialized case on the youths from Northeast India who continue to face in higher educational spaces, while their locations of belonging are neglected from the dominant spaces. Ashwarya Banerjee discusses the Bru-Rayang displaced children from the Mizoram border area who continue to live in exile. She discusses in details the deplorable camp living situation in the camps, resulting with issues of raging hunger, and sanitation issues, health risk, and education. These children are systematically excluded or actively excluded from all the institutions that were supposed to support children, thus violating their right to education. Yebrin Sana uses the initiative by the national, it was by the Imphal Talkies to use music as a form of healing and emphasizing the role of play. Prasun Goswami uses both Bastar and Manipur's school initiatives started by local bodies for solidarities that have engaged in working towards educational support. Thus, the entire session addresses the themes of themes that this session demands, by also adding the point and the role of land, territoriality, displacement, and internally displaced children in conflict, and how it deeply connects to their loss in education. the sixth session, Rehabilitation and Reintegration Peace Efforts and Peace Education Policies. The speakers for the sixth session has been Dr. Josephine Anthony, Jobasi Sangdam, and R. Lal, okay, RLP, I think HP, yes. Dr. Anthony address emphasized to mention disrupted childhoods, and the need to emphasize to use the term as disrupted childhoods, and that there is always scope for rehabilitation by quantifying all the difficulties in one framework by which the problems of missing out shall be eliminated. She further pointed out the role of different developmental projects which uproot families by disrupting childhoods, thus pointing out multi-layered vulnerabilities of children in conflict spaces. She points out 10 vulnerabilities, which are physical, physical, psychosocial, health and nutritional, economic, family and care, legal and identity, social and cultural vulnerabilities, etc. So by navigating through this the 10 types of vulnerability, she proposes a solution to rehabilitating children in distress. Joiba C. Sangtam is discussed his role in the work that is done by Peace Channel Nagaland, who engages on peace clubs initiatives in Nagaland, through which they mobilize youths to be part of peace dialogues. LP discusses the Mizo Rambai movement that lasted for 20 years, and in so many ways masculinity and childhood in distress were discussed. She uses communicative memory, post-memory, and loss of Panto, the traditional play culture, and prevention of organized amnesia were discussed as a multiple themes that panned out in her paper. She further discussed the deep role of church in peace building and peace mediation. Thus, the seminar comes to an end. I would request Tanya to call the next chair.
Valedictory address.
I know I have 30 minutes, so I'll stick to the time. And I've seen the organizers being very strict with the time. 30 minutes. Respected chair of the session, Professor Sajalnak, a distinguished professor who is in Royal Global University Guwahati now. I know Professor Sajalnak growing up as a young scholar. I've interacted with him on many occasions. We have Dr. Walter Fernandez again. Dr. Walter Fernandez, as we all know, he has been researching, writing, and a guide to many. We have the organizers, Tejas Winnie Hazarika, and all the organizers. We have all associates all faculty staff in Northeast Social Research Center, Guwahati, resource persons from different universities, different institutes. When I received a mail to give the validity address on this topic, I was a little reluctant, because this is not an area where I have worked, research, or wrote anything when it comes to this thing. But then, as I start preparing and reading, I find the topic very relevant. I want to appreciate and congratulate the organizers at NESRC, starting with the director of the team for this topic, a very relevant topic. When we look at Northeast, I think Northeast has been under conflict for too long. We have been experiencing conflict in different ways. Just take the example of Assam having border disputes with every other state. And now when we look at the border dispute, conflict, and what about the ethnic communities who are living at the borders? Because take, for example, these cartographic lines. These cartographic lines actually are drawn by the Britishers. Professor Sajjannath is here. He's a historian. He knows better. And so these cartographic lines are drawn by the British, and we know how the Britishers have drawn these lines. They just took this mountain to this mountain, and then, or they take this river and then draw a boundary. So you have border conflicts. Assam border conflict with Arunachal Pradesh, and every second year, every year you have conflicts. What about the communities? What about the families who are living at the borders? How are they affected? Assam with border conflict with Nagaland, Assam border conflict with Arunachal Pradesh. Or, for example, you take even the border conflict between Nagaland and Manipur. And I know, I belong to that part of the world where our lands are jutted both sides of. In fact, these communities, these ethnic groups who are living at the borders, they do not even know that their lands are on either side of the so-called constitutional boundaries. Take the case of Nagaland and Assam. There is no meeting point. Nagas would say we would like to stick to the customary borders. But Assam will say no, we'll stick to constitutional. So Indian government simply has, what I'm trying to say here is Indian government has simply inherited these hardline cartographic lines which were given by the British. So my starting point is we have been experiencing too much conflict, so many wars. That's just one border conflict. So many. I was interacting with some of my villagers, and they were excitedly telling me we have a Japanese delegate who has just visited India, Kohima, and they are moving in these villages, border villages, Kuzama. I come from Vishama, which is and I immediately I was asking them, what are they interested? So these Japanese delegates, they're interested in how many of the Japanese soldiers never returned back. They're interested in their history. What about us? Do they know that many of these Nagas, for that matter, were forced to carry this thing, what do we call that? To carry these rations, war rations. They were forcefully, and followed by Indian National Army, then followed by the Britishers with Indian soldiers. My point is, who is there to tell our story? So start with Second World War, and that's where I want to come in. I still remember my father telling me growing up as a child. I'm born in 1970s, so late 1970s, late 1980s. I'm happy we have a paper from Mizoram who was revisiting 20 years of MNF movement, and then it makes sense. She was saying that she's trying to produce counter memory. Perhaps historians are here. Maybe perhaps I would come in there saying that what Ranaji Guha and others, they were looking at subaltern perspective and the other history. Who is there to tell our history? My father tells me, and how villages, the granaries of the villages, Second World War, you have 2 pages maybe, or 1 page on Second World War written about the Kohima battlefield. Nothing is there. Nothing is there. My father tells me how their granaries were burned. Some of the granaries of the villages were burned 7 times, consecutive seven times, and how they suffered. In the case of Nagas, I think we can give so many examples. I want to come there later. I hope I'll get some time because I have 30 minutes. Indo-Naga conflict for for so many years, I have so many of my own stories to tell. I'm taking this opportunity to tell some of my stories. I have never done this. And I think when we talk about memories, memories are sometimes, we are very selective in what memories you want to say. And there are so many bitter memories so memory is also very selective. Memory is also very, very selective. I come from a family where, growing up as a child, my mother tells me every now and then, tells us every now and then how when she was heavily pregnant, every time she has to run back, and this is related to Indo-Nanda conflict. Every time she has to run back, heavily pregnant with me, because scared of Indian armies. And these are facts. It's never recorded. I come from a family. I'm telling you, my father was in NNC for so many years. He ended up in Deithor jail. Now, if you look at my family, now we are all over the place. I have a brother who served in the Indian Army, so I'm just putting you the story. Now, when I was given this opportunity, I will come to my story later. But I started looking at some of the data. Now, as far as my validity presentation is concerned, I'm a little worried because maybe perhaps I will be looking at the first part of your seminar topic, children growing up in conflict zones, perhaps very less on peace process. But I want to put the focus in. Notice. So I started looking at some data, and then I started looking at children affected by war and displacement. Immediately, when I start thinking about this, conflict and displacement is always a part of war. Displacement is always a part of conflict, and I can see from the program, many of you have done research. You have, I think, almost 20 plus research papers. Your papers are based on your empirical research. Some of the Rohingyas, immediately the story of Rohingyas come to my mind. We have Rohingya Muslims, and where hundreds of thousands of Rohingya Muslims are displaced. I'm not taking sides, but then 100,000 of Rohingya Muslims, a minority in Myanmar, being displaced is a fact. It's a reality. I was looking at one article on these Rohingya Muslims, and it takes us back to 25th August 2017, where this what we call as Arakan Rohingya Salvation Army, they killed 12 Burmese soldiers. And if you go by this paper, the intention of killing these 12 was to get international media attention. But then, how this has opened up a huge, killing, so many hundreds, so many were killed. And when you look at the history of Rohingya Muslims who are minority and who are today fighting for even citizenship rights in Myanmar, and it's like Rohingyas, the minority on the other side, and you know very well the Bamars, the Buddhists on the other side. And we're looking here specifically at Rakhine State, and where so many international Buddhist players there. You look at the position of India. India seems to be very interested, and India's interest lies that Myanmar happens to be the only physical land gateway to access to ASEAN countries. Look at China, for example. China knows very well that, and that's why China has been investing so much. And China knows very well that it's a very strategic. Rakhine State is a very strategic position because this is the only gateway to access to Indian. So you see all kinds of. Immediately another situation comes to my mind, and then I started looking at the data. Gaza, for example, and the UNICEF figures is that 63,000 children are reported to have been killed or injured. And famine. Why there is famine? No water, no food, no medical aid, etc. Now I start looking. Let me quickly put some of these figures. And these figures I started looking at UNICEF data. In 2016, UNICEF data says close to 1 in 10 children around the world were living in areas affected by an armed conflict. By the end of 2017, nearly 31, maybe perhaps some of you have already presented these data, but I want to present these data again because I want to bring my story later. Nearly 31 million children have been forcibly displaced, including 13 million child refugees and an estimated 17 million children displaced within their countries of origin. I'm looking at UNICEF data 2018. Conflict-related displacement often lasts for years. Towards the end of 2014 UNICEF data, half of the world's refugees had been in displacement for longer than a decade, and at least half of all internally displaced people have been unable to return to their places of origin for at least 3 years. UNICEF data 2016. Children affected by armed conflict and displacement face a lot of challenges to the well-being. We have a number of papers on even, if you look at Northeast situation right now, conflict. We have been experiencing conflict after conflict. We have been experiencing all kinds of conflict. And I'm sure all of us must have been affected by conflict in one way or the other. You take a case of Assam, you take a case of Manipur, you take a case of Nagaland, for that matter, Tripura, even Meghalaya, Mizoram, for that matter. We have been experiencing too much conflict. Manipur, for example, you have some papers on Manipur. We have fresh Métis Kuki ethnic violence. And it all started where the Métis started demanding scheduled tribe status. But actually the problem is much more complex. I missed some of these papers. We need to critically look at the role of the state. I do not know whether these papers have also critically looked at the role of the state. We need to critically look at the role of the state. What do we see? Otherwise, we have been experiencing, if you take the case of an artist, we have been experiencing what Max Weberian situation of conflict. We are experiencing Weberian situation of conflict. We have been experiencing Althusserian situation of conflict, because Althusseri was very critical of the state. The state is supposed to be the problem solver. Well, the state is free. Ethnic committees, they have their own agendas. These ethnic elites, they have their own political agendas. But then the modern state has failed us. World Bank's World Development Report 2011 estimates that children living in fragile or conflict-affected countries are twice as likely to be malnourished. They lack access to adequate source of water and sanitation. They will lose their lives before their 5th birthdays than children in other developing countries. Primary-aged children are almost 3 times more likely to be out of school than their peers in peaceful developing countries, plus an increased risk of developing mental health problems. I was looking at an article written by Caroline Cross and Evelyn Sharples, and this is a data which was published by UCL, University College London Press, in 2020, and this article was talking about a meta-analysis of 17 studies, including 7,920 children from various conflict and post-conflict contexts. They found that on average, 47% met diagnostic criteria for post-traumatic stress disorder, what we call it as PTSD. Some of you are specialized in these studies. Depression between 3 to 30%, high prevalence of psychiatric disorders. Now, if you look at some of the latest theories, if you look at some of the latest works which have worked on children affected by war and displacement, and many of these theories, and that's where the second part of the seminar topic, which I'm saying I'm not going to do much, resilience, for example, they are looking at, many of these studies are looking at resilience in children, and I was trying to historicize this resilience in children, and I think 1970s, the first study within the field of psychology, and resilience is defined as the capacity, and many of your papers are looking at this, as the capacity of a dynamic system, individual, family, school, community, society, to withstand or recover from significant challenges that threaten its stability, viability, or development. Another definition of resilience emphasizes agency by describing resilience as both the capacity of individuals to navigate their way through the psychological, social,
cultural and physical resources that sustain their well-being and their capacity as individuals and collectively to negotiate for these resources to be provided in culturally meaningful ways. Children affected by war and displacement who have experienced a severe traumatic event are at an increased risk of developing mental health problems. They may have lost a close family member, been separated from their family, or experience injury, torture, or abuse. The likelihood of developing trauma or mental health difficulties increases with the severity of the traumatic experiences and the accumulation of repeated traumatic events. Now there are so many theories. Now some of the latest theories emphasizes on two dual impact, which many of you are perhaps better versed: trauma and resilience. Resilience, I was talking about, the ability to adapt, cope with, and recover from adversity, challenges, or trauma, essentially bouncing back from difficult situations and maintaining psychological well-being. It encompasses physical, mental, and organizational aspects, allowing individuals and systems to recover strength and function after a disruptive event. Trauma refers to both physical injuries from external forces such as accidents or violence, and psychological trauma, which is a mental or emotional. I'm reading it so that I cover more topics. Emotional injury caused by deeply distressing, frightening, or overwhelming events that are difficult to cope with. These psychological wounds can have long-lasting negative effects on a person's emotional state, behavior, and functioning, and may be triggered by events like war, abuse, or natural disasters. Now I want to situate these theories. I want to situate these readings in Northeast context. I want to say my story. What is my story? And I take you back to the Second World War, which I mentioned very briefly, Kohima battlefield. And I was mentioning about how these Japanese delegates are moving around in Kohima right now, and they are interested in their history. Now, what about our history? Who will speak my story? Who will speak our story? And I was mentioning how these Nagas were forced to carry their rations. If you look at Japanese, for that matter, when they came to this part of the world, then Indian National Army, then the British with Indian soldiers. You look at Indo-Naga conflict, and I want to draw some insights from it. War, conflict must end, and people learn to live in peace with one another. I'm sure the purpose of such seminars is exactly that. If you ask me, how do we go about, I think there is no one word or there is no one sentence medicinal for that. The subsequent tragedies that when it is the heart of man and women that must ultimately reap the consequences in blood and tears. In a war, it is not the mightier nation that triumphs, but evil that gets the ultimate victory. This victory of evil, however, can be stopped when the warring parties sit down together and thresh out the factors and issues that have led to war in the very first place. It would never have been fought if the parties concerned, and this is applicable to all the conflict situations in the region. We have so much confidence. I was traveling down with my taxi, this driver from Shillong to Guwahati. He's waiting there. I think sometimes the best research respondents are taxi drivers. You can get the pulse of what is society right now. And I asked him, my first question was, hey, will there be any problem? Because this Assam Taxi Association and Meghalaya Taxi Association, there is a fight. I said, will there be a problem? And he was saying, no, it is no problem. He was telling me, he's from Meghalaya, and he was telling me, sir, if this Assamese taxi drivers को जो पोजीशन किया था, बंद करा था, ये फिर इस मेघालय बहुत गाड़ी डैमेज हो रहा है. I was telling me, I didn't agree, I didn't appreciate, but then so many conflicts. No, so the parties concerned. Many times I think many of these conflicts will never have occurred at all if the parties concerned had acknowledged and recognized one another's rights at the beginning. Instead, some rights have been violated, some heinous crimes have been committed. Let us take the case of Métis Kuki ethnic conflicts, and many Métis scholars, many Kuki scholars do not want to discuss these issues on the table, but I think till we put across the table and discuss, I think there is no solution. And so they have so much hurt. They've been hurt so much. So we need to. Some heinous crimes have been committed, and in order to cover up those crimes, the conflict had to be justified so that the guilty will not be exposed. Hence, the war has been justified and perpetuated. I want to take you to the work of Kakadi Ralu, and this is in the context of Indo-Naga conflict, because Kakadi Ralu in his book titled it as Nagaland and India, The Blood and the Tears. I was looking at who is the publisher of this book, and I realized very lately that this book has no publisher. And I still remember as a young scholar, I interacted with Kakadi Ralu. I do not know how many of you, if you are interested. Professor Chandra will know, Dr. Walter Fernandez will know. He wrote this, and many consider Kakadi Ralu as very emotional writer kind of thing. But then, the facts he has put in his book are facts. These are facts. Now, this book has no publisher. And then that takes me to the memory where I interacted with Professor Kakadi Ralu when I was a young scholar. And he told me very categorically 2-3 times that he has been sending his manuscripts to many of these national dailies, but never get published. And which publisher will publish this book? I was also looking at which year this book was published, and perhaps I started doing my calculation because there was no year of publication, so I started doing my calculation, and then it must have published in 2000, maybe in the year 2000. And he claims, Kakadi Ralu claims, and that 1 lakh Nagas have died and suffered military atrocities for 50 plus years. I'm taking you this Indo-Naga conflict, and I can relate what is there in this book with my own story. I was so when I was growing up in late 1970s, early 1980s, I used to think why we do that, for example, as a child. So every second day, Indian military convoy will pass through our village, through the national highway. So every time we see an Indian military convoy, we get panic, we get scared. Our Mizo representative was talking about communicative memory. I think it's true, because you have heard so many stories. I was talking about how my pregnant mother every time they have to go to the field because they have to eat. So, but at the same time, every time they see an Indian army, because there's so many stories, there's so many dirty atrocities also. So whenever we see this Indian convoy, we panic. I still remember why we do that. I've never said this in public. I'm saying this today. When we see Indian convoy passing through us, we will wave our hand, and Indian armies will wave back very excitedly. But you know what? We shout at them. We are smiling, but we will utter this word at the top of our voice saying, Sabiho. And what is the literal meaning of this Sabiho? The literal meaning of Sabiho means time to die. It's time. We are waving at them, and we're actually telling them time to die. I was just thinking, why do we do that? Why do we say that? Nobody told us. I don't remember any elder, I don't remember any youth, we were children, that telling us to do that. We don't do that. Distrust, total distrust, fear, anger. What do I see? What do I see in those visions? Distrust, fear, anger, hatred. Many times these undergrounds, they will come and occupy our villages. So it's a very difficult times when they come and occupy our villages, because 3-4 days they'll come and then the villagers have to supply them rations. And everybody is concerned, when will they go? Now, and it is followed by, so the next day, it's like there is an understanding between Naga armies and Indian army, all right. So the moment Naga army leaves, Indian army will come, and then this Indian army will never ask an elderly person in the village or a youth which direction the undergrounds have gone. And they will always ask us young kids. And every time they ask us, if we have seen the undergrounds going east direction, we will always tell the Indian army they have gone west, of exactly the opposite direction. So many memories, so many memories. What kind of memories we want to retain? I'm sure many of this generation, older generation, they would not like to. I'm sure, because these are bitter memories. But then from these few incidents, I can see we grow up with so much hatred. We grow up with so much distrust. We grow up with so much anger. Kaka was mentioning about hundreds of villages. They were razed to the ground along with all the quote unquote. I'm quoting from the book of Kakadira in this book, which never has a publisher, and it will never have a publisher. It will never have a publisher, because this is one side of this story. I think I was making mention of Second World War, where Kohima became the battlefield, and when many of these villages were burned down, the graves were burned down consecutively. There's so much. I still remember older generation telling us Japanese lost because they were so arrogant. They were so arrogant. Otherwise, they always say, as far as Kohima battlefield is concerned, Japanese were winning. But then they were so arrogant that they were reported, and that's how they were. The Britishers, along with the Indian armies, they were defeated. Now, Kaka was talking about in this book, hundreds of villages that were raised to the Indo-Naga conflict, 50 plus years now. Ceasefire, somebody was, I think, Samtam was mentioning about ceasefire is not the solution. It makes sense when you say ceasefire is not a solution. So many years plus, with all the memories, the murder, torture and rape, Garg, virgin women, Garg. This sounds very. It's a fact. It's a fact. I mean, it's nowhere you'll find. They were dragged to army camps, raped to death, babies who were grabbed from the mother's back and thrown into the fires of burning villages. All people, all men, all tortured to death because they would not reveal the hideouts of their fellow Nagas. Villagers beheaded and their bodies left to rot in the rain and the sun. Talking about buried alive, set on fire alive. Bayonets pierced through their tender muscles and ropes passed through them to tie them to posts as interrogation carried out relentlessly. Villagers have to flee to jungles, perish in the jungle from starvation and diseases. Ate grass and leaves to survive. He has titled his book Nagaland and India, The Blood and the Tears. I think Kakairalu has borrowed this title from his wife, Eastern Iralu's poem encapsulates the entire Naga story. She has titled it Our History. I was looking whether this Eastern Iralu's poem has been published at all or not. I will just read one paragraph and I will come to my. How much?
Almost the time.
How much time? Almost time. Okay, I know. So one paragraph I'll read and perhaps this Eastern Iralu's poem was perhaps never published. I think it's titled as Our Story. I was looking on, it was, our story is aged in blood and tears. The tears of a people of 500 villages, of 200 more, as they fled a burning hell's wrapped in flames, leaking at homes and stacks of grain, hell's wrath, lead by torches of soldiers of India's mighty army. The tears, the bitter tears, it goes on, it's a long poem. I want to conclude. This is where conclude, I started looking at the works of this Michel Foucault, where he was talking in his discourses of history. Michel Foucault sees history in terms of a series of intellectual paradigms or epistemes. As epistemology of knowledge, which can be defined as distinct and identifiable pattern in how social actors from a particular historical period tend to think in the world around them. How they want to be remembered, how we want to be remembered. Selective, to me, we want to remember through selective memories. We have pleasant memories, unpleasant memories, painful memories, heartful memories, anger, blood, tears. How do we want to be remembered? Epistemes can be defined as 1 minute, and I'll finish it. The total set of relations that unite at a given period the discursive practices that give rise to epistemological figures, sciences, history, and possibly formalized systems of knowledge. The totality of relations that can be discovered for a given period between the sciences when one analyzes them at the level of discursive regularities. Foucault talks in his Discourse and Power, the nature or character of the various discourses that epistemes are made of, given that historiography is all about the interpretation of texts and artifacts that provides a record of the past. We're bound to ask, who is it that gets to make the historical record? Who is it who gets to make the historical record? Whose story, whose history we are reading? Foucault in his early work, Madness and Civilization, and to a lesser extent, The Order of Things, Foucault approaches this dilemma of recognizing that those in power in society usually have more control over the recording of events than those who have little or no power. He begins to define power as the ability a group or individual social actor has for controlling the recording of events. History is written by the winners, not by the losers. And this is where I want to conclude, bringing in the subaltern perspective, where Ramaji Guha was talking about the other history. And let us tell our story and make our own history. We need to make the other history. Let us write the other history. The voices of the people at the conflict sites. The natives, the voices of the natives, the voices of women, the voices of children. And in any conflict zone, I think the most affected are women and our children. I thank you so much for this.
Thinking of me to give the validity chairman's words. I've been given 10 minutes, I'll take 5 minutes more because I'm slow in speaking. So, long time back, 23 years back, I published a book called Contesting Marginality, Ethnicity. I don't remember much of it, but those who read on it will remember. And those who have the book, this is out of print now. I dedicated the book to my children, my own daughter, and 3 of my nephews and nieces. And I called it dedicated to this name of the children and who are growing up as rejected people in Northeast India. Because those days in the 70s and 80s, it was a turmoil period in Northeast India, and I could see my children, they're growing up, because I'm a Bengali and everywhere I'm either a foreign national or a Bangladeshi international, and my wife is a Nepali, so my daughter feels, what am I? I'm also a foreign national, So I feel they are feeling rejected already. And I used the Marian Winier's concept of rejected people and dedicated to them. So this seminar reminds me of that, going back, how children growing up in conflict zones, how they think. They are not part of the conflict, yet they are impacted in such a way. Then I remembered the same book had a cover. If those who remember the book, or if you have access to the book, have a look. I had asked the publisher to give, because it is about insurgency and ethnic conflict, so give a cover picture of insurgents. So they procured a picture from the thing and gave it. The pictures were of some Naga and Meitei underground activists. So I told my publisher, why you have given this children's photograph? Though they are with arms and all, they are children. He said, no, that has been given by them only. I mean, from the NSC and they have given the. Then I realized these are children armies who were recruited by the NSC and others as a thing. So, this is how it happens. Conflict, the first part of the seminar is about the conflict, the second part is how children grow up. Conflict, I mean, this center has numerous seminars on conflicts. And I know that as a person who works on conflict, that seminars, conflicts are wherever, it is always between us and they. And us is where it can start from a small kinship group to a community, to a larger community, to the concept of nationhood. If you have one nation, there is another nation. If you are one community, there is one community. And this always happens. And when there are communities and conflict, I think the conflict is not because the people hate each other. It is these conflicts which hate each other, these concepts which hate each other. One kinship group hates another, the idea of that kinship. One nation hates another. We are talking about children. My nephew that day, he came and told me, Uncle, have you seen this? He was showing me in Palestinian conflict that one of the Israeli ministers is saying that until every child in the mother's womb is wiped out, they will not rest. Can you imagine the level they have gone? Every Palestinian child still in the womb has to be wiped out. And then he told me, don't you think Hitler was right? See, this produces this kind of thing. The Hitler was right wiping out the Jews, because if he had wiped out, this would not have happened. This was his argument. And he was just doing his masters. So, ideologies are produced like that. Ideologies, in RTU, in political science department, I met a guy, very young scholar, is just doing his masters. He was an ardent admirer of Hitler. And if you are an ardent admirer of Hitler, you stand out. So everybody told me, sir, have you seen, you must talk to this guy, you must change his ideas. So I called him and told him I wanted to hear him out. He has read so much of Hitler, his life, his ideas, it's very difficult to unconvince him. But I said, let him realize, history teaches itself. So let him realize it herself, that which other, because conflict situation produces ideologies. And that ideology will produce further ideology, counter ideology. Conflicts, why we are discussing conflict now? Because we want peace. We don't want these conflicts to be there. But imagine, Northeast India has been, right from 1947, has been branded as a conflict zone. I remember one social scientist calling it a rogue zone, an American sociologist. Sociologists like M.N. Srinivas call that this is a place, which is always some kind of trouble is brewing out. Now, Government of India doesn't say it is a conflict zone, but by their own policies it's very evident it's a conflict zone. In no part of India except Kashmir there is AFSPA in power. We used to get, some people benefit that, our time when we were working in university initially, we used to get a disturbed area allowance of 12.5%, 25% of our basic. These days it's not there. So if it is a disturbed area also, some people benefit. So by doing all this, what we are doing? We are recognizing that it's a disturbed area. But in disturbed, if you brand the area as a disturbed area, do you have any policy of bringing back? Northeast India is a conflict zone, we all know, Government of India knows, and there are at least 7-10 universities, public universities, and numerous private universities. Does any university have a peace research center? Manipur there is one, but it's non-functional. There used to be one here, run by Gill. I mean, he owned by Gill, but it has wandered up and gone to Delhi. They will study conflict in Northeast India, but from Delhi, not from Northeast India. But don't we need a peace? If it is a conflict, we need peace, and peace needs to be studied. But that effort is not there. One of the historian and gender activist, whose name is Ritu Menon, most of you must have read. She one day in a discussion told me, this nation, all these conflicts are all masculine projects. We women who don't have any role in it, we are only the victims of it, and passive victims. I used her idea and said that we have so many underground groups, NSC, MNF, Alpha. You see their manifesto. Firstly, when they conceive that there is no women, forget children, there is no women only. And even if women are there in Alpha, it is that they are only given either a cultural, as if women do not know anything other than culture. So they are given cultural secretary or cultural minister and everything. But NSCN manifesto or MNF manifesto or Alpha manifesto will see if their region, if they are what they are fighting for, if it becomes reality, what would be the role of women there? Is it mentioned there? What would be the role of children there? Because your generation will go fighting. These children will be the future. Is there anything visualized for them? Is there any programs for them that in this country, if it has become independent, children will have this role, they will have this kind of life? No, they don't have. Children and women are taken for granted. And unfortunately, the victims are also women and children. That is the story of thing, and that is why such seminars are so important. Otherwise, we don't discuss. We'll discuss conflict and all that. I remember I lost all faith on my own subject. I'm a professional historian, though I write mostly on sociology and politics. I lost all faith in my own subject. What happened? Whenever a conflict happens, we do write. As a social scientist, we write on them. So there are some conflicts in the early this century, 1990s and later on. One such conflict we wrote about because our journals asked us to write. We wrote about it. Mostly it was Karbi conflict or something like that, because there is such a lot of conflict we don't forget. So we wrote a report, and our report was very quantitative. These are the factors because of which the conflict developed. These are the victims. So many people died. So many people are injured. So many people are displaced. So many people are to be. And government has given so much money to be for the rehabilitation. This is our report. And then I happened to see one photograph of that conflict. What had happened was, one bus was going, and one of the opponent groups asked all the people to get down from the bus. They got down and they started slashing them, cutting them. And one photograph was that one child was cut into two pieces from her mother. She was a toddler, but child was already about maybe 6 or 7 months. And the mother was still trying to protect the baby, and that time she was also killed. That is only some journalists had taken the photograph. And when I saw the photograph, I didn't know it. I was so dumbstruck, there was no emotion. Then I thought, these photographs makes me dumbstruck. I am emotionally completely stupefied. I do not know whether to cry or hide. But why is it that my writing doesn't do it? That means the kind of social scientist I am, it is a social science, but it is not social in that sense. We call it a social science. Because the gravity, intensity of a conflict is not reflected in my writing. In my writing, it is just factors and quantitative narrative of how many people died and how many injured. But that one photograph does all the work that my 50-page article did not do. It moved, stirred the emotion in me, and I said that this should not happen. But if my report is read, people might encourage to be having more such, because there is something called oppositional approach. If you oppose something, it will grow more. But that photograph brings. Then I realized I will not write this kind of history anymore. I don't write this kind of history anymore. Why I write? Because one photograph, one poem, one short story can say so much more than my social science report. And that is why now I have shifted that whenever I write history, I did one when Walter called me to give a keynote address to a seminar. I borrowed more from literature, then archives, then field reports. And I think literature, which includes both poetry and prose, explains much more than a social. And this is an education of social scientists that we must try to address. And that is perhaps why Professor Kiki was repeatedly mentioning Ranajit Guha, who started this whole school of subaltern school and all that. But Ranajit Guha, just before dying, he started writing fiction. He did not stick to history. He said, my history is ineducated. The way I felt, he had felt much before me that history doesn't explain reality, depict reality the way he should do, the way literature does. He had written literature, some of them are being published now after his death. So I think we may not write literature because everybody cannot be a poet, but combination of social science with literature can perhaps produce that emotion which is supposed to address. When we study conflict, after studying it must evoke the spirit of peace among us. And that will be done only if we perhaps it is my understanding that combine social science research with literature. I'll just end with one particular example. There's a historian called Mark Bloch. Many of us know about him. You know, he said that the social science that we call they deal with human beings, and therefore human elements should be there in social science. Meaning that if you are writing social science, history, political science, sociology, if it doesn't address the emotions of people, that report is not a report. That social science is not social. And he said, I'm going to talk about it on Monday on a bigger thing in this thing, which I titled my lecture on the story of a flute maker. Meaning what I mean, that, you know, how does a flute maker makes a flute? He picks up a bamboo, makes holes in it, and then he tries the music, whether from each hole a particular sound comes or not. He cannot make it, he cannot manufacture it mechanically. Machine cannot make a flute. A human being touch is necessary because this sense tells you this is the right tune, this is do re mi, this is sa re ga ma pa. And then it becomes a perfect flute. He says we social science should be like a flute maker. The flute is our instrument from which we produce social science. But you are a flute maker, you must know the sense, the sensitivity of emotions, and that only flute maker has. He doesn't play flute, but he makes flute for you, and that produces the emotions. And any social science which is bereft of human emotions is no social science, according to me. Thank you.
Intellectually stimulating, but also liberating at many personal levels, because so many of us can relate to what we have been sharing over these years. Because again, if Professor Gediles or Kiki is talking about 70s and 80s of his childhood, and I have a similar experience of 90s and 2000s, and then because of the long Indo-Nanga political conflict. So I think, these are important stories that we need to share. And also, when I say liberating that individual, because it's also part of a healing session. I take it as a healing session because when presenters like Rajeshwar was talking about the experiences, then so many memories flashes on you, and then the emotions that you goes back to your childhood. So I think it itself is a process of healing as well. So we need more of this platform as well to share our stories, and this is a beginning. So yeah, so first and foremost, on behalf of all the presenters and participants, and on my own behalf, we would like to acknowledge our director, Dr. Walter Fernandez, whose tireless effort has brought us all together today. In times like today, where funding for academic pursuits are particularly social sciences limited, he makes sure that he goes beyond his call of duty, reaching out everywhere and exploring every possible avenue so that young research scholars like me, who is just beginning, they are not provided with just a platform but also institutional support, so which is very limited these days. So thank you, sir, for that. Yeah. And of course, I'll come to our team later, but to Tejaswati Hazarika, who has been running Pillars as well, you have done an amazing job, so thank you for that as well. That's big, And next, a heartfelt thank you to our inaugural keynote speaker, Dr. Rakhi Moral Kolita, and our chairperson, Ms. Keteki Bordoloi, for their invaluable support. They have always been supporting our institute over the years, so we are grateful to them. Then our valedictory speaker, Professor Kedilezo Kiki, and chairperson again, Professor Sajalna, who has been always supported intellectually as well as in whatever form they can. So we are grateful for your immense support. And we also acknowledge all of our chairpersons, paper presenters, and participants. Thank you for being part of the seminar. Your presence and contribution has made this seminar for what it is. And it is engaging and thought-provoking, as well as ultimately is a success. So to the organizing team of the seminar, the young and energetic team of NESRC. And here I would like to emphasize a little bit on the word young. When I say young, I don't mean by age, but by mind and spirit. And if I were to say that among us, the youngest is Walter Fernandez. So he has a mind where we can't even compete with him at this age. So yeah. And let's be the same spirit as we go from here to the team. And also remember to have a little fun along the way, because after all, it doesn't cost a penny to create some reels, right? So yeah, we do make reels now. Office in break. So, and then special thanks to our invaluable support staff. Here, Petrus and Parimal. Parimal is not here now, but they ensure smooth execution of this seminar. Their behind-the-scenes efforts from arranging the seminar hall and setting up the sound system. So they are instrumental in making this event a success. And then our sincere appreciation goes to our other supporting staff, which is Jacinta, Mary, and Raizini, who ensure that our guests were well taken care of. And their dedication in providing excellent hospitality and nourishment that kept our guests well energized, I guess. So these 2 days of engaging sessions and the spirit that I see are the testaments of how well fed they are, and then how contented they are. So a big round of applause to them as well. Yeah. And to our all-time caterer partner Rohit and his team, who has provided us this delicious meal for over 2 days. So tea and snacks so that to keep us going on with the seminars. So, and to Rinku for handling all the printing needs, including banners and seminar kit. Last but not the least, Jagriti Trust. So for providing us with all the necessary resources and facilities this building and at our disposal. So thank you everyone and have a good evening.